Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the ISO, I'd like to welcome you to today's extended day-ahead market congestion revenue allocation initiative stakeholder meeting. My name is Christina Guimara, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs. To ask questions during the meeting, you can open the participant and chat panels on the bottom right. You can then raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon, or if you joined audio only, please press *3 on your device. If you are in person today, please raise your hand or name placard, and then we will call on you to speak. Please unmute your mic in front of you while speaking. And for everyone joining us today, please state your name and affiliation first before speaking. You may also send comments and questions via chat to all panelists or to me. And this call is being recorded for information and convenience purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. Please keep comments respectful and be brief and refrain from any repetition so that we can keep the meeting flowing efficiently. And please remember to silence your cell phones during the meeting. And we welcome and look forward to your engagement and participation in today's meeting. Today's meeting will include reviewing the initiative background and scope. Then we will discuss the current EDAM design congestion revenue allocation. Then we break before launching into a discussion on transitional alternative approach to congestion revenue allocation. And then we will take a break before discussing further comparative examples. We will be stopping periodically for Q&A throughout the meeting, but we'll reserve some time for the end for further Q&A. And then we will wrap up and discuss next steps. So with that, I will turn it over to Joanne Serena, Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Customer Experience, to get us started.
Great, thanks, Christina, and good morning, everyone. Welcome. It's great to see everybody. I really appreciate the in-person attendance today. Looks like we have a really good turnout. Also want to acknowledge everybody who's joined us virtually. We really appreciate you joining. It looks like we've got a great representation across many stakeholders and various sectors. So really do appreciate the interest in this important initiative. So I do want to introduce the panel that is accompanied me here today. Milos Bosinic to my right. He's our Regional Market Sector Manager. He's been very intimately involved in the EDAM market design. And then next to him is James Lynn. He's our Principal of Market Settlement Design. He is certainly a settlements expert here at the ISO and will be able to help answer a lot of questions for many of you, I'm sure. And then John Anders, Deputy General Counsel, deeply knowledgeable of the EDAM tariff. So I'm joined by these three, and once we get into the content, they're here to provide their expertise. So on the next slide, what I wanted to do is, before we jump into the content with Milos and the rest of the team, I want to talk a little bit about our stakeholder process here. So as you know, this is a new initiative. This is an initiative that was not planned as part of the roadmap, but intended to be responsive to the concerns of stakeholders that were raised from the Pacific Core OAT proceeding. And so in this initiative, we're striving to evaluate the concerns through an expedited stakeholder process in parallel with the implementation of Pacific Corp in spring 2026. This is intended to be a narrowly focused initiative on the allocation of congestion revenues associated with parallel flows on adjacent systems. Similarly, you've probably heard, I'm getting some feedback, loop flow, unscheduled flow, sort of the same reference. And this is described in the issue paper that we published on March 17th. As well as addressing areas of concern expressed in the PAC proceeding. Now, given that this is a new unplanned initiative, we recognize that there is a lot always going on at the ISO. There's a lot on everybody's plate. So we have been thoughtful in adjusting schedules of other initiatives so as not to overwhelm ISO staff as well as stakeholders and make room to address this issue. So you'll note that we've cleared the calendar as much as we could over the next 2 weeks We did adjust meeting schedules for both the price formation enhancements and the storage design and modeling initiatives. There's a few items we weren't at liberty to change, but we made some adjustments as best we could. We will continue to do that through the months of April and May as we work through this initiative. So the other concept that you're going to hear is, our main objective is to evaluate potential transitional mechanisms for allocation of congestion revenues with stakeholders through this process. Note the term transitional is meant to imply that this may not be the final long-term solution as we learn more through the Pacific Corp and Portland General implementations. It's also going to be informed by actual patterns of congestion as we add on other balancing areas, and certainly the consideration of other mechanisms such as financial rights that may come into play. So I'll say in summary that we are wholeheartedly committed to working with stakeholders to come to an equitable solution. We've got an idea that we will talk about that is outlined in the issue paper, but we're also open to other ideas from stakeholders. So we look forward to your consideration, feedback, and thoughts today as we work through the issue paper. So on the next slide, we have sort of a very high-level schedule. So on March 17th, we published the issue paper. Here we are today, March 24th, holding a workshop on the issue paper. And we have set a comments deadline for April 7th for comments regarding the issue paper and the workshop to be submitted. And then we are targeting April 14th publication of a proposal. And then in terms of reviewing the proposal and stakeholder comments, we haven't nailed down an exact date, but we're anticipating the week of April 21st. We will hold some additional workshops or work groups. And then week of May 5th, we would publish the final proposal with the intent to go to the board in May. Now, certainly, if things move along smoothly, quickly, we would even anticipate an earlier session, a special session of the board. So we will see how it goes. May would sort of be the target, in terms of the next scheduled May board meeting. So that's the schedule. Moving on to the next slide. I did want to provide a little bit of background in terms of our journey here. Next slide, please. There we go. So I think many of you are probably familiar with the history, but just wanted to sort of summarize a couple of things to sort of set the stage. First of all, we appreciate all of the support from stakeholders on our original EDAM filing that was approved by FERC in December 2023, which included the current design related to the congestion revenue allocation. Certainly, the EDAM market design was a testament to a tremendous amount of work and collaboration by staff and stakeholders that got us to a successful market design. Since then, Pacific Corp has developed its revisions to its Open Access Transmission Tariff, or OAT, which was filed in January of this year and is an important step in their preparation for the EDAM go live May 2026. From that proceeding, concerns were raised about the allocation of congestion revenues between balancing areas, and therefore we at the ISO have taken the feedback very seriously, and in response, we committed to launching this expedited stakeholder process to address that specific concern, which brings us here to today. I'm going to turn it over to Milosh. He's going to provide a bit more background on the initiative and scope and review the current market design before getting into the details of the actual transitional alternative approach. So the material that we'll be walking through here today is from the issue paper, and we'll certainly pause throughout the day to make sure the concepts are understood and address questions by stakeholders. So with that, I look forward to the conversation. and your feedback today. And I'm going to turn it over to Milos.
Thank you, Joanne, and good morning, everybody. And thanks for joining us in person and in the sizable numbers online as well. As Joanne said, I'm going to do a little bit more context on the issue. We'll do a bit more discussion on what are parallel flows, congestion revenues, and then we'll switch into how does the current design work. We'll walk through a more detailed example, or James is going to walk through a more detailed example to illustrate the current design, and then we'll transition to the alternative approach that we introduced to foster discussion in the issue paper, and we'll walk through that as well. And at the end, we'll have some comparative examples that are a bit more complicated with more balancing areas involved, just to, again, illustrate how the designs work under the current structure and under the transitional approach that we introduced, at least to start the discussions. A little bit on just the level setting on the initiative as well. Under the current design approved by FERC, the congestion revenues are allocated to the EDAM balancing area where the internal transmission constraint is located. And that's consistent with the EIM design that's currently in place today. And the settlement flow for that is that the market operator settles those congestion revenues with the EDAM entity, who then, pursuant to their open access transmission tariff, suballocates those to their transmission customers under their design and their stakeholder process. Pacificor, as Joanne noted, it has the unenviable task of being the first to translate that EDAM design into their tariff, into their allocations, and their proposal as part of the Pacificor filing of its OAT revisions to implement EDAM establishes a two-tier allocation for congestion revenues received from the market operator. The first tier allocates those congestion revenues to transmission customers that are exercising their firm OAT transmission rights, monthly and annual transmission rights. And the intent there is to provide them a level of a congestion hedge based upon the revenues that the market operator allocates to the EDAM entity for those parties that are exercising their transmission rights. And the remaining amount then, after they've provided a level of a congestion hedge, is allocated under their tier 2 proposal, which is allocated to measure demand, loads, and exports. And that's really the basis, I think, of the concern that parties have raised in the Pacificor OAT filing associated with the EDAM aspects of the design is concerns that the EDAM entity may not be allocated a sizable amount of congestion revenues to be able to provide a greater congestion hedge to the transmission customers that are exercising their OAT transmission rights. And so the initiative, as Joanne noted, is narrowly tailored then to look at that narrow scope of how are these congestion revenues allocated, particularly associated with parallel flows and parallel flow effects on adjacent systems. You can go to the next slide. As I mentioned, as part of that initiative scope, and Joanne noted already, it's narrowly tailored to evaluate, besides the existing FERC-approved design that we'll go over in a little bit, but how does the market operator allocate those congestion revenues arising as a result of parallel flow effects on an adjacent balancing area? How does it allocate those congestion revenues among the EDAM participants? And those congestion revenues are allocated by the market operator that are allocated to the EDAM entities can affect the level of congestion hedge that the EDAM entity may be able to provide to its transmission customers. So as part of this initiative, we're going to establish and create a common understanding on the current design, walk through examples, and then discuss an alternate approach that may be able to provide a greater congestion hedge to those transmission customers that are exercising their transmission rights. I do want to note that the scope is focused as well on congestion revenues that result from internal transmission constraints within an EDAM balancing area, and it doesn't affect or is not intended to modify what we call an allocation of transfer revenues, and these are revenues associated with scheduling constraints at EDAM interties between EDAM balancing areas. This is not an element that arose in that discussion at FERC, but it's really focused on those congestion revenues arising as a result of internal flow-based binding transmission constraints. We go to the next slide. Okay, I think we can pause. I think we can pause here before I get the next two slides get into what is congestion revenue, just to do a bit of level setting. And then the next slide is about what are parallel flows, because I think that's going to help us evaluate the alternatives. But we can pause here before we jump into some of those concepts, if there are any questions.
I'm not seeing any hands raised online. I do see a hand raised in the room.
Carrie.
Hi, this is, excuse me. This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. Thank you so much for hosting this meeting. We really appreciate it. And I've already glanced through the slides and they're already very helpful. I just had a few quick questions about process going forward. Would you like those now, or should we talk about that at the end of the meeting?
Yeah, we can take them now. Yep.
Thanks. So I appreciated the timeline, but I wasn't quite sure about the filing at FERC. Do you think this will take a FERC filing? Do you have a timeline? I see board on May 20th, 22nd. Will we get the FERC process before that or after?
Yeah, I think John will take that.
Yeah, sure, Carrie. John Anders. Well, to the extent this initiative produces a change to the existing design that's approved by the WEIM board and all that, then yes, a FERC filing would follow. So we would, have the usual tariff stakeholder process following this, the board process, and then a submission with the commission. And giving the expedited nature of this, we're thinking that would be June, July kind of timeframe, assuming there is a change that's, agreed upon by all the stakeholders, and assuming that is approved, and then also assuming we're at the May board meeting. So all of those assumptions, that's what the timeframe would look like, if that helps.
It does. And is any of that impacted by PacifiCorp's tariff filing and the FERC response?
No, we view this discussion as independent, separate from the ongoing proceeding with PacifiCorp, because here we're talking about the allocation in the first instance of the congestion revenue by the ISO, and PacifiCorp's proceeding is dealing with the sub-allocation of the congestion revenue that it receives from the ISO. And I think, consistent with what we said in our answer, that if we change the methodology for allocation of congestion revenue in the first instance, and PacifiCorp receives a subsequent different amount, that they would still have all the tools necessary, if they will, under their OAT to sub-allocate. So people can continue the discussion about their allocation methodology in that proceeding, but this is separate, if that helps.
It does. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. Good questions. And yeah, a few assumptions along the way, right? We'll have to see how that goes. Mark Smith.
Hi, good morning. It's Mark Smith with Calpine. First of all, let me just echo Carrie's appreciation for you setting up this call and this discussion. I think this will be very good. I guess my question jumps way ahead. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave this afternoon, but I hope we can talk about what you mean by transitional effect, a transitional item. How long you anticipate this transition would exist, what would be the conditions of exiting the transition if in fact you decide to make a change. And I hope that we can have that kind of a substantive discussion later today.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, Mark. And I know probably several people are thinking, what does that actually mean? I think Milosh is gonna touch on that. And in terms of what that period, how long that period is, we'll touch on that as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair question, Mark. And I think that's one of those areas where we certainly expect some stakeholder feedback. I think we introduce in the paper and in the slides a bit more how we would envision it, but to the extent that stakeholders have any feedback on how to refine that transition, we'd certainly appreciate it.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And
Thank
I'll
you.
make sure to touch on it before you leave. Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I think ultimately, transitional indicates that, this is not necessarily the final approach, right? And that there may be a more longer term solution as we learn more, as we consider other mechanisms as well. So I think that's really the main intent of transitional.
Yeah, and I'll note as well that we're not proposing at this point in time a particular end to which we're going to transition. I think the transitional nature of it is informed by market experience and data, starting a stakeholder process to evaluate where do we want to transition to? Is it appropriate? What's the structure that we want to, potential financial rights or something in between? But at this point in time, we're not proposing where we're transitioning to, but just monitoring, recognizing it's transitional, and then coming back together and evaluating where we want to go.
Yeah, okay, terrific. That's super helpful. The risk of being unable to hedge transactions outside the ISO is a substantial one, that ultimately the loads in the distant area would end up paying. We think that the transition should last until you run a simultaneous feasibility test and can establish what true flows could be and begin allocating some kind of financial transmission rights in the external areas, if in fact the external EDAM entities are willing to do so.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
fair point, Mark. I think we're inclined towards that area as well, but yeah, we wanted to let some of the data guide us. I think that's certainly a possibility. And, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Mark. All right,
Okay.
nothing else online. I think we can proceed.
All right. Well, the next couple of slides are just, again, fairly basic level setting that I think will help us as we get into some of the examples and understanding the two structures of the current design and then the transitional alternate design. But the first one is just level setting on what is congestion revenues. And as many of you know, locational marginal prices are comprised of three components: the energy component, the congestion, and the losses component. I think key issue in terms of congestion revenue is particularly associated with the marginal congestion component, the MCC portion of that LMP. And those locational marginal prices are present at different injection, ejection, generator, and load locations, as well as aggregate pricing nodes across the wider market footprint. In the EIM, we have it across the EIM footprint, and in the day ahead today, we have it across the ISO balancing area. We had LMPs at different locations, since that's the size of the current day ahead market footprint within the ISO balancing area. And so the congestion revenue really represents the price difference or of the marginal congestion component between two locations. And in this particular example, simplistic example, but if the LMP at a location is $25 and at the other one it's $40 at the load side, the congestion revenue difference is $15 a megawatt hour. And the important part as well that I wanted to note is that in this case, load pays the $40 LMP and the generator is paid the $25 LMP. And that difference again of $15 is the congestion revenues. And the question is, where's that congestion revenue allocated? The market operator is revenue neutral. And so the ISO is not retaining as a market operator those revenues, but rather distributes them in the EDAM context across EDAM balancing areas based upon the particular methodology and allocation mechanism that's in place at that point. We can go to the next slide. Okay, and so this is also then now on just the parallel flow context and an example, but as a basic starting point, parallel flow represents the flows across adjoining interconnected systems, because electricity flows across the path of least resistance, and across interconnected systems, depending on what's going on the system, electricity is going to flow across those interconnected systems. And it's a common phenomenon across interconnected systems in the electric industry in the West, as well as other areas of the United States and other ISOs and RTOs. And in this example, just to help illustrate the concept of parallel flows, let's assume you have an injection in balancing area 2, an injection at point C, it's a generator. That energy could flow from C to D, but some of it may flow as well from C to A in the adjoining balancing area 1. And depending on what's going on in the system, the nature of the flows, constraints, that flow and that injection in balancing area 2 could affect a constraint in balancing area 1. And in this example, to the extent that there is a constraint in the balancing area 1, some of that constraint could be contributed to by generation locations, for example, in the adjoining balancing area 2. just as that because of the nature of parallel flows across an interconnected system. Energy is going to flow from C to A, from C to D, and find its way around. In this example, constraint X, which is materializing in balancing area 1, it could have a price impact on the marginal congestion component at locations in balancing area 2. It's certainly going to have an impact in the marginal congestion component at the pricing locations in balancing area 1, as that's where the constraint is originating, but it may, because of parallel flows, also have an effect and be reflected in the MCC component of the LMP at the locations in balancing area 2, such that location C and location D of the LMPs at those locations, part of the congestion component there may be driven by that constraint in the adjoining and neighboring balancing area. And this is the primary, I think, concern within the context of the Pacificor filing and allocation of congestion revenues is how should those congestion revenues that materialize in balancing area 2 as a result of the effects of the constraint in the neighboring balancing area, how should those congestion revenues that materialize in balancing area 2 be allocated? Under the current EDAM design, those congestion revenues that may accrue in balancing area 2 as a result of the constraint in the neighboring area are allocated to balancing area 1. And then just to preview, as part of the transitional approach, the congestion revenues that materialize in balancing area 2 under that alternative would remain within balancing area 2 and would not flow to balancing area 1. And that may allow then balancing area 2, that neighboring balancing area that's felt those parallel flow effects, to be able to provide a greater congestion hedge to its transmission customers that may be exercising their transmission rights. Let me pause here as well if there are any questions on just these conceptual level setting aspects as well.
Go ahead.
Steve Keene from Edison. Just to help me get an idea of what we're talking about. Obviously, I know there's a lot of lines congested within the CAISO, but within the other parts of either WEIM or like anticipated in EDAM, how much congestion is there in those other balancing authorities?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know yet in the context of the EDAM what that may look like. We do expect that as compared to the EIM, the EDAM balancing areas will have more constraints that are reflected in the market across those internal paths, because today in the EIM, it's limited participation of the transmission facilities, and the balancing areas may choose to manage certain constraints outside of the market. But once you move to the EDAM and the entire system is available for optimization and modeled, and we'll touch on that later, we would expect that there will be additional constraints that are captured in the day-ahead market that the market has to manage around. But if you want to add anything, James.
For the most part, there are constraints in the EDAM BAAs. We have seen them bind in WEIM, but because we haven't built model around just those isolated areas, we haven't been able to determine exactly how much of it is going to bind on an ongoing basis. We don't have a dollar value for it.
Okay. Something you said just raises some questions. And I mean, I understand how, well, no, I don't. In the EIM, you said that there's limited transmission participation. Can you explain? I mean, I thought WEIM was managing the entire grid in real time. Can you just explain what you mean by that statement you made?
So I don't think limited transmission participation was probably not the correct phrase to use, but we are managing the transmission of all the BAAs that have joined WEIM. And as some of these BAs transition into joining the day-ahead market, we are going to manage those transmissions within their BAA from a dispatch perspective. So we'll model those transmissions within that BAA and dispatch around it. We will also take into considerations loop flow, but we're not pricing per se that loop flow or constraints that are not modeled into that day-ahead market.
When you say constraints that aren't modeled into the day-ahead market, are you referring to constraints within those EDAM balancing authority areas or constraints that are across or outside?
Non-EDAM balancing authority areas. So if you have a balancing authority area where you are having energy injected from that would go to an EDAM balancing authority area as an import, we are not modeling a constraint in that EDAM balancing authority area. We're modeling the constraints within the EDAM balancing authority areas.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we have a question online. Abram?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. This is Abram Klein with Appian Way Energy. And I'm curious to understand here the impact on the congestion rents that CAISO is collecting here. I understand that the proposal is to have where the congestion, who pays for the congestion, be entitled to the rights and then allocate it to its market participants or its transmission customers. But what if they don't have transmission customers, firm transmission customers associated with that? Does that mean they refund it? I can be sort of more specific or like hypothetical. You know, suppose A is SP15 and B is NP15 and constraint X here is path 15 and D is Oregon. It may be the case with this allocation methodology, some of the congestion rents on path 15 are now going to be shifted over to non-California market participants. It seems like it might be incorrect. Is that what's envisioned here? And is that regardless of whether you know, the load serving entities at D or in Oregon have actually have firm transmission customers that have rights that are crossing path 15? Do you understand my question?
Yeah, I think we need to address that more as we talk through the transitional measure. But you're basically trying to say that the schedules from C to D have an effectiveness on constraint X, and is that congestion revenue from C to D used to fund the CRRs of the ISO balancing authority area?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so.
So what I'm saying is, suppose there are no schedules from C to D. There's just congestion on constraint X or path 15, but D is paying some of that congestion cost according presumably, but it doesn't have schedules that are crossing constraint X. And I'm curious whether in the proposal, some of the congestion that California is collecting for its transmission customers is going to then be allocated into the other balancing area, BAA2 in this example, even though there are no schedules on the parallel flows.
So D, I'm trying to figure out where the energy that is serving D's is coming from. But on a theoretical, the answer for the proposal is yes, that the schedule at D, which is your collecting congestion from, because it has an effectiveness on constraint X, the proposal says it stays in balancing authority area 2, whereas balancing authority area 1 is going to be based upon those schedules from A to B or any schedules within balancing authority area 1 that has an effectiveness on constraint X.
Okay, thank you. So that's even if the load in D is meeting its obligations with transmission and generation that are located essentially at D, it would still get allocated a share of constraint X.
If there is a congestion difference between the generation at D and load at D, yes.
Thanks, Abram.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and some of this may be, as we get into the different examples, feel free to come back and ask those questions. I think once we have a more comprehensive example, I think it'll be easier to illustrate where things flow.
All right. I'll get to you, Carrie, in just a second. Jordan was next online.
Hey, thank you. This is Jordan Minor from the CPUC Energy Division. I have a question going back to Mark's questions regarding the LMPs and the congestion revenue, congestion. So you guys had said that you are not modeling congestion in non-EDAM BAAs, but how does so you say you have BAA, A, B, and C. How does entity C, BAC have an accurate LMP when we're not modeling congestion from BAB that's non an EDAM? So how do we know the LMP is accurate in C if it's going through B, but we're not modeling that?
So since BAAC is not in the market, we are not pricing BAAC. If it has an injection from BAC and its intertie location is at BAA, the pricing is going to reflect the marginal energy cost of BAA, and then any congestion associated with the physical flow or scheduled flow at the intertie at BAA.
That was not entirely my question. So if we have BAA sending through B and then into C, and C is an EDAM, how do we know that? So if the middle BAA is not an EDAM, then how do we know the congestion costs in C for C?
So let me make sure I understand. So you're saying BAA is in between BAC and BAB, and it's a non-EDAM BAA?
No, A and C are in EDAM, B is not, but you have to go through B to get to C.
Okay, so A and C are modeled in the day-ahead market. B is not modeled in the day-ahead market. If there is transfer between those two BAs, that transmission is modeled as having the capability of sending energy between those balancing authority areas. If the energy is sinking to BAB or sourcing from BAB, then it is priced relative to their intertie associations to where it's coming from and sinking to. So in the example, say it's leaving the generation in BAA is sinking to BAB, the marginal energy cost of that export out of BAA will reflect the marginal energy cost of BAA, as well as any physical or scheduled constraint or congestion of BAA or the market. And then the same is going to be for BAC. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's helpful. I'll go back and re-listen to this, but thank you.
Okay. So,
Yeah, and we'll go into in the next section when we try to illustrate through a more comprehensive example. This is simplistic. I think we may be losing folks when we introduce another BA here. We'll have in the next example, we'll be able to illustrate more closely with numbers, what does that look like, and we can introduce additional variables.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jordan. Carrie, did you still have a question before I go to Dan?
Yeah, this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I just have a super easy one unlike that one. Good job, James. That was amazing that you just did that on the fly. Mine is just, we've gotten this question from so many WPTF members and you already answered it. but parallel flow is actually often shorthand for loop flow. So it's getting really muddled in some people's minds. So you already said this, but can you just say one more time so everyone catches it, that when you mean parallel flows, you mean scheduled flows. You do not mean loop flows, and loop flows are unaccounted for in this system. Is that right?
So yeah, so settlements is only going to settle on scheduled flows. But the market is going to take into consideration overall power flow as well as scheduled flow. And so when we are pricing the congestion, it's going to reflect both. But from a settlement perspective, yes, we're only going to be focusing on what cleared the market and eventually what was tagged. So that would be, for me, it would be schedules.
I think people interchangeably use parallel flows with loop flows and unscheduled flow. Yeah. Okay. Dan Williams?
Hi, thanks. Just wanted to follow up question on one that Steve Keen asked, and maybe follows on Carrie's as well. And this is Dan Williams from the Energy Authority. So I think you made a comment that you don't yet have identified how constraints will be modeled or used within the EDAM areas. When is that expected to occur, and is that something that could be accelerated a bit prior to market sim for the Pacific Core go live in order to inform some of the work that's going on here? And then also just kind of tied in with that is when you're identifying those constraints and I guess sort of building out how that's going to be modeled for the EDAM areas, will you also sort of take into account expectations around unscheduled flow for those areas in the way that you do for building out the CRR model for the CAISO BA?
I'm going to take the first question. I may ask you to repeat the second question. So regarding market simulation and parallel, we'll be doing two things. One is we will do an initial modeling of all the constraints within the Pacific Corp BAA. And then we will start, when we're doing our market simulation, it'll be reflective of those constraints. If there is a need to add additional constraints, then they'll go through a modeling change and make a determination of where those constraints are and how they should be modeled. But for the most part, you'll have the similar constraints modeled in WEAM will also be modeled in EDAM unless there is additional constraints that are needed. So we will have them in for market simulation.
Okay, but it's not something that you have yet at this time.
We're in the process of, our master file is in the process of doing the modeling right now.
Okay.
So it hasn't gotten a final model yet, no.
And will that include identifying things like shift factors that would then be used and specifically for the load aggregation?
Yes, so with the initial modeling, we will have default shift factors that eventually, as you're doing your power flow or as you're doing your outages, reflective in the market, you will have some changes to those distribution factors, but we will have those distribution factors set.
Okay. And the other question was just around, you know, kind of within the CAISO's Congestion Revenue Rights Enhancements Initiative, you know, there's been some discussions of drivers for, you know, disconnects and underfunding there, and one of those was just around the modeling of unscheduled flow. And so that just kind of brought in with the last question that Carrie had around parallel flows, just sort of how unscheduled flow will be considered in the EDAM BAs and whether that's is any way relevant for this whole discussion.
So for the congestion revenue initiative, I know there's some discussion going on with the various ways of modeling the flow, and those will potentially take into consideration eventually when it gets finalized and promoted to production. But at this time, we are not linking the two initiatives together.
Okay, thanks for answering those clarifying ones. Looking forward to the rest of the presentation.
Thanks, Dan. I don't think we have any other questions online. For those of you online, once your question's been answered, if you could lower your hand, that'd be great. We do have a question in the chat, but we also have Steve. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on that last bit. When you're talking about parallel flows and unscheduled flows, how are you, is it going to be dealt with differently? With EDAM, obviously, you have a much smaller balancing authority. Then you also have WEIM and then WEC. Are you going to treat those unscheduled flows differently if they originate in like a WEAM balancing area as opposed to a non-WEAM area?
The market model should not. It's going to, depending upon what the market model has been set up, it'll, in the day ahead, it'll treat the non-EDAM BAs, regardless if it's WEIM or strictly outside the market, in a similar manner.
Okay, thanks.
Now, I'd like to do, if possible, is keep going through these because we had a progression on how we're going to do some illustrative examples and might help to answer some of these questions.
Yeah, so I think the question, Stephen, I think we'll get to your question a little bit later as we work through more examples. If not, we'll come back to your question. All right, I think we can proceed.
All right, well, let's go to the next slide. We're now going to move into the current EDAM design for congestion revenue allocation. If we can go one more slide. Yeah, so through these next few ones, we'll establish how does it work today. I'll go through a couple of slides and then we'll turn it over to James to walk slowly through a comprehensive example to illustrate and bring these pieces together, how it works today and the effect of constraints on prices across one or more balancing areas. But as a starting point, and I think some of this was touched on during the questions, but transmission system and constraint modeling is important here. For identifying these constraints, but also identifying the entire transmission system. And so as part of the onboarding process in the EDAM, much as in the EIM, we model the entire transmission system in the full network model, and the associated transmission constraints as well are modeled in that full network modeled. So these flow-based limits and other constraints across the internal system are modeled in conjunction with the EDAM entity and the transmission providers. The full network model then supports the calculation of the LMPs at the different pricing locations across the footprint. So in the EIM today, we have LMPs, as I mentioned earlier, across the EIM areas, the real-time LMPs, and in the EDAM in the day-ahead market today, we have the LMPs only across the ISO balancing area, but with the EDAM, then there will be day-ahead LMPs as well across the wider EDAM footprint. And the marginal congestion component of the LMP at those pricing locations is sensitive, based on that modeling, is sensitive to the transmission constraints across the market footprint. So traditionally, we're going to see multiple transmission constraints binding roughly around the same time across a wide market footprint. And the MCC component at the different locations may be sensitive and reflective of the congestion contributions associated with those individual constraints at a particular pricing node. And as James is going to touch on in his examples, there's shift factors, also power transfer distribution factor effects that are modeled from different locations in relation to the transmission constraint, which then supports that price sensitivity at the MCC component at different pricing locations. So this is all really about modeling of the transmission system and the constraints and the effects of those constraints across the wider footprint. We go one more slide. Okay, so just a bit then on the current EDAM design to congestion revenue allocation. As I noted earlier, the current design allocates congestion revenues by the market operator to the EDAM entity or the balancing area in which the internal flow-based transmission constraint is located. And this is consistent with how this is done today in the real time in the EIM market as well. So this includes then congestion revenue allocation that may materialize in an adjacent balancing area or neighboring balancing areas as a result of these parallel flow effects. And as I mentioned earlier, transmission constraint can impact the MCC at the LMP at locations across multiple balancing areas. And if you look at the graphic there, if we assume that balancing area B has an internal transmission constraint, that constraint can have an effect on the MCC component at different locations within the balancing area, but also in the adjacent balancing area and balancing area A. And again, the rationale for the allocation of congestion revenues in this way under the current EDAM design is that it ultimately flows those revenues back to the balancing area where the constraint is located and where they bear and manage the effects largely associated with that particular transmission constraint. Let's pause there just for questions again on the concept. The next couple of slides are going to be, I think, an illustrative example that hopefully I think is going to address a number of the questions that folks have started to raise and illustrate. But here we're going to use actual numbers and walk you through the pricing effects, the shift factor effects across balancing areas, and ultimately how that congestion revenue is allocated today. But before we jump into that example, let's pause for just some questions on the EDAM design.
So let's go to Rohan online, and then we'll go to Don in the room. So Rohan, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Rohan from Pacific Corp. Thanks, Milosh. Quick question regarding the rationale. What do you mean by in the last sentence where you say managing the constraint in its area? What is meant by managing the constraint in the area? Are you talking about any generation redispatch that the BA might perform to alleviate that constraint that is binding? Or are you referring to something else? I guess I'm not clear what managing the constraint is referring to.
Yeah, no, Rohan, that's right. And, you know, the balancing area as well retains certain discretion and authority in managing reliability within that balancing area. And depending on the nature of the constraint, there may be additional steps that the balancing area may need to take to manage that congestion within its balancing area. But yes, predominantly the redispatch effects associated with it.
Got it. So the costs associated with performing said redispatch is borne by that BAA, and therefore the rationale is that any congestion revenues that accrue maybe in, say, a different BAA flow back to that BAA that is performing that generation redispatch. Is that the concept?
So under the current design, that is the concept of why we are having the congestion revenue of the constraints be distributed back to the BAs where the constraint resides.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Rohan. Okay, Don in the room.
Don Trithway on behalf of Deseret and UMPA. I was going to also touch a little bit on the rationale. I think the previous caller made many of the points I was going to make, but if we went back to, my recollection is when we did the energy imbalance market, the rationale for allocating the cost by constraint by BA is because if you fail the feasibility test, which means you have unresolved congestion in your balancing authority area, there's no real repercussions. It's just a notification that you haven't addressed and redispatched your system in your base schedules. And so the intent was, to the extent that you had unresolved congestion, and the market's going to redispatch, solve that congestion, potentially dispatch up a higher cost resource in your BA and a lower cost resource down in your BA, and you wouldn't want those revenues that is being collected allocated or shifted through a cost allocation to another BA in the EIM. And so in essence, the fact that there were base schedules and there wasn't any repercussion for the feasibility failure, that this was appropriate in the EIM construct so that you couldn't see a cost shift between the balancing authority areas. That recollection accurate?
That was one of the rationales with going forward with the current methodology, yes.
And then just one clarifying question, and my mind's a little foggy on this one, but did we also make an adjustment in the EIM for the impact of convergence bids being automatically liquidated in the EIM calculation? And was that intended to be carried forward to EDAM?
So with WEM, we did make modifications that if the virtual bids cause congestion in an EIM balancing authority area, that congestion was borne by the virtual bids. In the EDAM framework, we are going to carry that forward. So if the virtual bids in one balancing authority area impacts EIM balancing authority areas, then yes, we will continue to put that back to virtual bids.
And that would apply if another EDAM BA besides CAISO enabled virtuals?
Correct.
Thanks.
All right. I don't see any other questions.
Okay, so if we go to the next slide, I'll turn it over to James here to walk through an explicit example that we filed in our answer. We also carried it forward in our issue paper, and James is going to walk you through slowly, and please, by all means, feel free to ask questions at the different stages as we try to illustrate the effects of different shift factors and impacts on the constraint and the effects on prices. So James, go ahead.
Okay, so over the breadth of today, I'm going to cover 3 different examples. These are qualitative examples in order to illustrate how it works today and to elicit discussion. We did not build a network model. We did not do an optimal solver, so please don't hold that against me. All right, so this first example is designed to show how it works today. In this example, we have 2 balancing authority areas, balancing authority A and balancing authority B. They put bids in for both their supply and their demand. Based upon the solution, we had 1,100 megawatts in balancing authority A, meeting the need for 1,000 megawatts of load in balancing authority area A. It also had the additional 100 megawatts transferring to serve load in balancing authority area B. What this means is that generation in balancing authority area B, 800 megawatts, was also being dispatched to resolve the additional load in balancing authority area B. Now, as you see from the examples, there is various pricing implications. We've identified that there's 4 constraints that were binding. Each of these constraints had different shadow prices, as well as they have different distribution factors to those constraints, to the supply and the load. And as we go through in the next set of tables, I'm going to talk about how those shift factors and the shadow prices impact the overall LMPs of the generation and the load that's solved. But I also want to make sure it's well known that we didn't have any transfer constraint binding. This is out to show only it is the internal congestion impacts between one balancing authority area to another if that constraint is binding, and there is no transfers binding. When we go to the next slide. So based on that previous slide solution, I'm going to walk through the LMP settlement, I'm going to walk through how the shadow prices impact the various LMPs of the different generation and load. And when I'm done with this, I'm opening it up for some quick questions. So in the top table, this is basically the distribution factors. There's a power transfer distribution factors that relates to each constraint as its effectiveness is on from the supply or the load on that constraint. So I'm just going to walk through one line right now as an example. So constraint 1, which was in BAA 1, it has a shadow price of $15. Now, from a market flow perspective, we determined that generator 1 had a 15% effectiveness on that constraint, generator 2 at 25%, and the load in BA1 had a 50%. In addition, generator 3, which is in BAB, also has a slight effectiveness on that constraint C1 of 3%, generator 4, 2%, but also the load within BAB had a 5% impact effectiveness. Now, what I did was I created a varying effectiveness on each of the constraints based upon the BA that they're located in and relatively how their closeness to that particular resource. So for example, C3, which is in Balancing Authority Area B, you'll see that its effectiveness on generator 1, generator 2 is much lower than it was for constraint 1. It's a 2% for generator 1, 3% for generator 2, and then the load in BAA1 also has a small contribution of 4%. The rest of it is being borne by the generators within BAB. So 21% is for generator 3, 25 is generator 4, and then since it's the load that is bearing the most of the congestion, it's going to be 45% to load in BAB. So what the LMP will do, and since the marginal energy price is the same across the entire footprint, since we have a transfer constraint binding, the marginal energy price that cleared, we put it as $40. Now, the impact on generator 1 for all 4 constraints, as you can see, is that the shadow price times the effectiveness then is their marginal congestion component for that constraint on that particular nodal location. So for Gen 1, C1 has a $2.25 impact. C2 has a $1.50 impact. C3 is 20 cents. C4 is 30 cents. So that means the overall LMP for that generator is $44.25. Of that LMP, $4.25 is the total marginal cost of congestion impact. Now, as we walk through each of these resources and the load, you'll see that the prices are varying based upon their effectiveness and the shadow price of the constraint. For BA generator 2, the total LMP is $45.10, and its total MCC is $5.10. And MCC is a marginal cost of congestion. The load, which is bearing a lot of the congestion cost within their BAA, it's $50.15 is the LMP. That means the total marginal cost congestion affecting that load is $10.15. Now I can walk through each of the other generators as well and load, but I'd like to open up for any questions that you might have.
Thanks, James. Let's see, we have a question from Rohan online. Go ahead,
Hey,
Rohan.
James, how are the shadow prices being calculated? Are they being calculated in your state estimation solution, or are they a result of your power flow analysis? How are those shadow prices being calculated? Because it seems like those ultimately govern the contributions in terms of prices for each of those constraints by each of those generators and loads.
Yes. So if I had set this up with a network and did an optimal solver, we probably would have had different shadow prices, because the market will look to see what is the marginal units within, or what's the cost of the generation being dispatched at that nodal location. It's effectiveness on the constraint, and the LMP, the marginal energy cost across the entire footprint, or if it's isolated, for that balancing authority area. So there's various impacts that go into consideration when you're setting the shadow price. But in this particular case, the shadow prices are, I'm going to say it, made up. I did it for just to do some illustrations and to show how the marginal cost of congestion breakdown, we call it, is working today.
And in more real world examples where you are actually, using these prices for settlements, are the shadow prices being an output of your state estimation solution or some other solution?
It'd be part of the market solution.
The market solution.
The
Okay.
distribution factors are based upon the state estimator. The price, the shadow price itself, is based upon the market optimization.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Rohan. Let's see, Steve in the room.
Steve Keen from Edison. Yeah, I was just going to ask, with the power transfer distribution factors, are those set ahead of time, or do they depend on the actual market solution?
So the state, you'll have a default distribution factors initially, and then the state estimator, when it takes into market, takes into consideration outages and other transmission or resource constraints, they will potentially change. And so from the default to what the market gets, then you will have different distribution factors based upon the state estimator.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Yeah, and if I can just jump in to note something as well, and correct me if I'm wrong, James, but within the FNM, we covered this, I think, a couple of slides ago, but a number of these pieces, including these shift factor impacts and distribution factor impacts, are established in the FNM. And then, as you said, to the extent that, as a default, to the extent that there are outages or other things, that could change the effect then of some of these flows on a constraint. Yeah.
That is correct.
All right. Steve, anything else on that? You're good? Okay. All right. I think James says, sorry, is there another one? Oh, Dan. Dan, go ahead online.
Thanks. Yeah, Dan from the Energy Authority. Just real quick follow-up on that. So does that mean then that the registration of EDAM transfers and how those may change? I just mean the total transmission that's committed by participants in EDAM to establish the transfer quantity, that would then impact the PTDS or shift factor calculations in the state estimator each day?
So the transfers will impact the power balance constraint, but that power balance constraint will then be reflected in the marginal energy costs of that balancing authority area and not in the marginal cost of congestion. That is one of the changes that we've made as part of the EDAM framework.
Okay, so I guess where I was going with the question was just if, let's say you have just 3 BAs, we'll just use the initial EDAM example. You've got the CAISO BA, PAC West, and PAC East. If a EDAM customer, or just sort of anyone, introduces additional transfer capacity between PAC East and the CAISO, would that change some of the outcomes in the state estimator then for the distribution factors? So I guess it's sort of, is it a daily moving target, and how much is it moving each day?
So the state estimator will take the various constraints and the loads into consideration. I'm not sure I can give you a good answer on that right now as to how variable that will be. But the state estimator will take I don't know, Guillermo, can you help answer this?
Yes. Hi, this is Guillermo from the CAISO. The shift factors are calculated as part of the market clearing process. They are estimated when we run the power flow that is embedded in the optimization of the day-ahead market clearing process. They may change hour to hour because that is the granularity that we have for the market based on the conditions, on the outages, the configuration that we have specifically for each hour. If you change the footprint, potentially it's going to also change the configuration of the shift factors.
Thanks, Guillermo. That does help. And I know this is kind of down in the weeds, and maybe this is something we can get to when looking at specific examples later in the day. But I just think when trying to extrapolate kind of from a theoretical example down to how this will materialize within EDAM and as EDAM grows over the years, things like the shift factor thresholds and how the loads are aggregated and how much variability there is in the daily movement of the transfer quantities, available transfer quantities, it feels like it has a material impact on how all of this actually would show up in market settlements. And it would be good to have more information and get into a deeper understanding of what, as you move different levers, how that impacts settlements, in order to understand like if this is going to be a large impact, a small impact, and how individual market participants should think about it.
Thank you, Dan. I think we can take that into consideration as we're learning, as the EDAM footprint grows, and the seasonality of the participation. We can learn from that.
Yep. And James, just one clarification. In this discussion, we're really talking about physical congestion, not transfers, right? Can you
Correct.
clarify that? Okay.
Yeah, so in this discussion, we are focusing only on the physical flow, power flow congestion that materializes and not transfer constraints that bind.
Thanks, James. Mike Wilding in the room?
Yeah, hi, Mike Wilding from Pacific Corp. So just making sure that I understood that right. I think what I heard was that shift factors update with every model run, with every market run.
That is correct.
Yes, and even more, they may be different hour to hour just on the configurations that are applicable for that specific hour.
Right.
Yeah, so if you have a generator or transmission line is there for hour ending 4, but then there's an outage on it on hour ending 6, you're going to have different distribution factors because of that outage.
Right, and so then do the update for every market, so they update in the day ahead and then a 15-minute and 5-minute as well? They have a different shift factor, distribution factor for each interval?
Yes, each market is going to have its own shift factors. Effectively, the 15-minute market may have different shift factors than the day ahead. From the 15-minute market to the 5-minute market, they remain the same because we don't run power flow for the 5-minute market. It's the same as the 15-minute market.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay. Mark Smith.
Hi, it's Mark Smith with Calpine. I'm confused now. I mean, I thought shift factors were determined by the physical infrastructure that's in place. In other words, sure, if there's a transmission outage, your shift factors will change, but volumes of transfers or volumes of generation shouldn't affect shift factors. Am I thinking about this wrong? I thought it was a physical characteristic for the system.
Yes, they are. When you see changes in the shift factors, they are simply reflecting different changes of the transmission configuration. There is an outage that is going to redirect the power flows that you have from one point to another, and therefore the shift factors are going to readjust to reflect that new reality.
Oh, okay, so when we say outages, we're talking about transmission limitations.
Yes.
Not a generation outage.
Right.
Thank you. Okay.
Does that clear things up, Mark?
Not for me.
Yeah, okay, Mike. Go ahead.
because I guess I had a similar understanding as Mark, but I think what I heard, and I can't remember who it was on the phone that was asking the question, asked about kind of transfer capability within the market. So if a transmission customer makes that transfer capability in the market, or you get a new participant in the market, not necessarily changing the physical nature of the grid, not adding a transmission line, but I thought I heard that, yes, that would change the shift factor. So you have a transmission customer with transmission, that connects PACE and CAISO, and if they make that available to the market versus scheduling it in the market for, transfers or self-schedules, I think that's what the caller was asking, but I don't know, but I thought I heard you say that would change the shift factor.
Guillermo?
Yes, and I may not have caught completely the question on the phone before. So let me put it this way. The shift factors are the reflection of the transmission configuration. You change the configuration in any way, the shift factors are going to change. When we have a specific entity that is scheduling economically or self-scheduling, that per se doesn't change the shift factors because the configuration remains the same. It may change how the market decides to optimize the generation, and therefore the flows are going to be impacted, but not the shift factors per se.
Yeah, got it. And so then a new entity joins the market, not necessarily changing the configuration of the transmission system, but now that part of the transmission system is now being integrated into the day-ahead market. That will change, and into the full network model, that will change the shift factors, or no?
We do have the full network model in our system that goes just beyond the California PAC footprint. We have actually the full network model. The configuration is not going to change per se. If there are new areas that are now part of the model, yes, that is going to change the reconfiguration of the transmission system and therefore the shift factors.
So I have George Angelides on. George, please, if you want to proceed and comment.
Thank you. This is George Angelides with the ISO. On this topic of the shift factors, I think I heard correct statements from the participants. It is understood that they're solely dependent on the network configuration, not on any specific power patterns. So once you calculate them for a specific hour, taking, of course, into consideration all network outages, then they're fixed in the solution. And this is how shift factors are calculated in all markets. They're calculated as lossless and linear because there is the mandate in all the markets to have a clear separation between marginal loss and marginal congestion. So all the outages are represented at the beginning of the day-ahead market when we start running the day-ahead market. So for each hour, the transmission network may be different, representing different outages. And the first time that a network solution is obtained through the AC power flow for that hour, a sensitivity analysis produces the shift factors that are then used in the optimization model to represent linearly the transmission constraints to be solved iteratively. But the shift factors are now fixed. They don't change from iteration to iteration, but they are different in each hour. If there are any questions on this, please let's ask and
Thanks, George.
make sure that we have.
Yeah, no, I think
Thank you.
I think Mike has a follow-up question there.
I guess I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this. So thanks for that clarification. I appreciate it. So then my next question is, CAISO and Pacific Corp with first two participants in EDAM. 6 months later, when PGE joins the market and is a fully participating entity, do the shift factors change?
If there are no network changes in the entire grid, in the entire full network model between these two instances, no. The shift factors will not change because as we said, they are solely dependent on the network configuration, which doesn't depend which BAA is in EDAM or not, because we're modeling the entire full network model.
Okay. Thanks, George.
Now, of course,
really helpful.
where these shift factors apply, of course, the scope changes, okay? Because a new entrant in the market, now it has resources that participate in the market that they were not there before. So the shift factors of these resources now become relevant to the optimization solution, because there could be contributions, and there will be contributions from these resources that are new entrants in the market to transmission constraints now in the market footprint, which now include also the new BAAs. So although the shift factors are the same, they don't change, save for any network outages, of course. The scope of where these shift factors use does change with new entrants in the market, okay?
Right. So congestion patterns can change, but shift factors will not.
Correct. And this is a very important conclusion, that the shift factors do not depend on power flows, which is completely different with losses. Marginal losses do depend on power flows. So in each iteration, you could potentially have different loss penalty factors that are used in calculating the marginal loss component of the LMPs. But the shift factors do not change from iteration to iteration.
Thanks for that clarification, George. So I think we have one more question, and then we're going to go to the next example. So Steve.
Yeah, I don't remember if I heard something correctly, and I want to follow up on that. Can the shift factors change for outages of like generation, or is it only transmission outages?
It's only transmission outages, because the shift factors do not depend on power flow patterns, which would be dependent on which generator is scheduled where. So they're solely dependent on the network model, not on any injections and how the physical flow is taking place. So generator outages do not affect the shift factors.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Great questions. I think, James, we can go to the next example.
Okay, so
Slide, please.
taking, can we move to the next slide? There we go. Yeah. Taking that discussion back to our example, we had different LMPs applying to the generation in BAA as well as a load, and the generation in BAB in relationship to the load. Now, this top table is going to walk through what the actual settlement was based upon the scheduled dispatch for those resources. For generator 1, we said it was dispatched 500 megawatts. Its LMP was $44.25. That means the total settlement for that resource is a payment of $22,125. Of it, $20,000 is related to the marginal energy cost component of the LMP, and then $2,125 was directly associated with the total congestion component of the LMP. For generator 2, it was 600 megawatts. It has a settlement of $27,060 as a payment. $24,000 was related to the energy cost, and then $3,060 were related to congestion. For load within that balancing authority area, we had 1,000 megawatts of load being served by that generation. So it was charged $50,150. Of that, the $50,150, $40,000 was energy. $10,150 was related to congestion. There was a transfer from BAA to BAB of 100 megawatts. It is only being financially accounted for at the marginal energy cost, so its LMP was equal to the marginal energy cost. So there was an additional financial calculation of $4,000 to represent that transfer export. And that is only being settled on the marginal energy cost. That leaves us with a neutrality for that balancing authority area of $4,965. This is an overpayment to the generator within that balancing authority area for the overall congestion associated with that generation. Now, that 100 megawatts is serving load in BAB, as well as additional generation was being dispatched in BAB. So for generator 3, 400 megawatts was dispatched. Based upon its pricing, it was being paid at $17,640. Of that $17,640, $1,640 was related to congestion. For generator 4, which was also dispatched for $400, its LMP settlement was $17,420. Of that is $1,420 was related to congestion. For the load internally, which is going to be offsetting the 800 megawatts of generation being dispatched inside to that balancing authority area, as well as the 100 megawatts import transfer, its settlement is $43,065 charge. Of that, $7,065 is related to congestion. So this results into another $4,005 of, I made a mistake, they're both of over collection from the congestion revenue perspective. So our total congestion revenue is $8,970. So under the current methodology, this is being distributed back to the BAs, which the constraints are binding based upon the energy that was scheduled at each of these locations. So if you see from constraint 1, generator 1 contributes $1,125, generator 2, $2,250, load 1 is charge of $7,500, generator 3 is $180 payment, generator 4 is $120 payment, and then load 2, which is in BAB, is a charge of $675. Now, what that becomes down to is within BAA, this constraint 1 contributes $4,500 to congestion revenue to be allocated within that balancing authority area. For constraint 2, if I walk through all the contribution, it wound up with a $655 congestion revenue payment for BAA. For constraint 3, it is, since it's located in BAB, there's a distribution of $2,330 to BAB, and constraint 4 is a distribution of $1,485. So ultimately, if you sum them together, sum them up for balancing authority area, BAA gets a congestion payment of $5,155 based upon these energies being scheduled, and then BAB is $3,815. That's the current methodology for MCC distribution.
Okay.
Any questions?
Take questions. Steve, in the room? Oh, okay. Any other questions? Rohan. Rohan, go ahead.
The numbers that we are seeing for G1, G2, and L1, which are, $1,125 for G1, $2,250 for G2, and $7,500 charge for L1. I'm trying to understand how those numbers are calculated. Let's take, for example, G1, the $1,125. Is that just the product of the schedule for G1, which is the 500 megawatts, times the shadow price contribution of G1, which I think would be $2.25. Is that So basically, each one of those elements, be they generators or loads, it's basically their schedule as was determined by the market optimization times their individual contributions to the shadow prices. Is that the way to think about these numbers in this table?
Yes. So in your example where we talked about, it was the 500 megawatts of generator one was dispatched. For constraint one, the effectiveness was $2.25. So yes, it would be 500 megawatts times $2.25. For constraint two, it was $1.50. For constraint three, it was 20 cents. And constraint four, it was 30 cents. So generator one has an effectiveness on all four constraints. And then the total congestion that's being paid out at generator one is being distributed back to the BAAs based upon where those constraints reside. So for BAA, it'd be the $2.25 plus the $1.50 times the 500 megawatts. For BAB, it would be the 20 cents plus 30 cents or 50 cents associated with the 500 megawatts dispatch for generator one. That would go to BAB.
Okay, thanks, Jen.
All right. Any other questions for James? Thanks, James. Did a nice job on the examples. I know many of you have asked, is James going to give us spreadsheets? Well, spreadsheets in PowerPoint. So very nicely done, James. Thank you. All right. I don't see any other questions. I know our next topic is going to be getting into the actual transitional alternative approach. So before we get into that topic, I think we'll just take an early lunch break and come back early. So we'll take lunch now and we'll come back at 12:40 and we'll resume with that topic. So lunch is downstairs in the cafe for those of you here. And then those of you online, we'll see you back here at 12:40. Thanks. All right, I think we're ready to get started back up. Anybody wants to grab a glass of water, coffee before we get started again? Do we have everybody active online? Okay. All right, so hope everybody had a nice break and got some food, good lunch break. What we're going to do now is Miloš is going to essentially summarize a little bit about the discussion this morning, just to sort of set the stage, level set, you know, how things work today, and then transition into sort of the proposal that we have that we'll be talking about this afternoon. So I'm going to let Miloš kick off the afternoon.
All right, welcome back. If we go to the next slide and one more, but just to orient us again after lunch, prior to lunch, we talked about the current EDAM design for congestion revenue allocation. I think this is all, it's not really about how the market dispatches generation or how it solves congestion, but it's really about the settlement allocation of the resulting congestion revenues. And so right before lunch, we talked about the current EDAM design where the congestion revenues associated with a transmission constraint are allocated to the balancing area where the constraint is located. In the issue paper, we introduced an alternate transitional approach for consideration, and we wanted to garner some discussion on that, and we'll cover that here next and contrast the current design with the alternative. I'll do a bit of an overview of a few slides of how it works. We'll talk about areas where we certainly want your feedback on, day ahead versus real-time application, as well as the transitional nature of it. And then we'll go through some more complex comparative examples that were also in the issue paper, but to try to contrast and illustrate both approaches, the current design and then the alternate design. So starting here with just orient us around the introduced potential transitional alternative to garner some discussion. Under this design, congestion revenue associated with those parallel flow effects that materialize in an adjacent balancing area would be allocated to the EDAM balancing area where the congestion revenues are collected, not to the balancing area where the constraint is located. So everybody effectively keeps their own congestion revenues. As it says there, under this current approach, congestion revenues will be allocated to the balancing area where they collect, irrespective of the location of the constraint. And then the EDAM entity would be allocated those congestion revenues, and they could use them to support providing a greater congestion hedge to the transmission customers that may be exercising their firm transmission rights under the tariff. As I mentioned, there will be, as a result of this transitional approach, as in the current approach, there will be no impact on how those resources are dispatched or how the market solves congestion, but this is squarely a settlement allocation issue of the collected revenues by the market operator. How are those distributed among the participating balancing areas? We go to the next slide, just to conceptually illustrate how this would work and how those congestion revenues would be allocated. Later, we'll do a more realistic example with multiple balancing areas. But just a conceptual illustration here, you have two balancing areas. The constraint is located in balancing area B. As we've noted before, that transmission constraint can have an effect on the MCC component at pricing locations in the balancing area A, in the adjoining balancing area. Under the current design that we covered right before lunch, because the constraint is located in balancing area B, all the resulting congestion revenues associated with that constraint and the effects of that constraint on the MCC components at different locations in the footprint would be allocated to the balancing area where the constraint is located, in this case, balancing area B. So in this example, if you had $1,000 in materializing in balancing area B as a result of those congestion revenues associated with the constraint, and the parallel flow congestion revenues that materialize in the adjoining balancing area A are 200, the full 1,200 would be allocated to balancing area B where the constraint is located. To contrast this, under this transitional alternate design, the congestion revenue would remain in the balancing area where it's collected. And balancing area B would retain the $1,000 that it collects as a result of congestion revenues materializing in its balancing area related to constraint X. And balancing area A would retain the $200 that materialize in its balancing area, such that if balancing area A wanted to provide a congestion hedge for parties that may be exercising their transmission rights across the balancing area A system, and there are price differences between the locations that they're transacting at, that congestion revenue that's allocated to balancing area A could be used to provide a congestion hedge to those transmission customers. That's the conceptual illustration. In a real world market example, there'll be multiple constraints likely binding across the wider footprint, not just one, but this is, I think, just to illustrate the concept, and we'll have, in subsequent examples, we'll have multiple balancing areas with multiple constraints binding, just to show you the flow of congestion revenues. I can pause here for just a question.
Yeah, Mike, I think you have a question. Sorry, caught you right at the right time.
Yeah, I just ate a cookie. I just wanted to ask about, so is the proposal just for day ahead congestion, or also, and is real-time congestion remaining?
That's the next slide, and I wouldn't yet call it a proposal. We're introducing it here for discussion, but I think that's one area we wanted to get stakeholder feedback on. If you go maybe one more slide, I think that let's go to that slide. But I think as a starting point, we would suggest application in the day-ahead market. But again, we're open to stakeholder feedback on that to the extent that there's a need to apply it across both. I think we wanted to minimize the impact potentially on the EIM as a result of this change, who's currently under the existing design. You have 22 balancing areas in the EIM that we didn't necessarily see a need to change that congestion revenue allocation, but also because there, I think, is some inherent distinctions between the day-ahead and the real-time markets, particularly in how entities base schedule, the nature of the market, that it manages deviations from day-ahead to real-time, and also there are base schedules that are not necessarily settled through the market. But to the extent that stakeholders see a need for extending the similar design to both, we certainly want to get your comments on that as well. I don't know, Mike, if that answers it. It's
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So that's on the day ahead versus real time. So this is an important area that we certainly want to receive your feedback and comments on, or if you have any thoughts at this point as well. The next area that I want to touch on is the transitional nature of the design. But let me pause here before I move to the transitional nature. If there are any questions on conceptually how this alternate design is intended to allocate the resulting congestion revenues.
Doesn't look like
Okay.
any questions.
Well, let's go then to the next one. And this is another key area that I know of interest, and I think Mark left, but hopefully he had his question from the morning answered. So as we note, this is a transitional alternative as we've been describing it. And we intend to work with market participants informed by some of the market operational experience to evaluate a longer term and more durable congestion revenue design. I think this has been the case as well throughout the EDAM design, that we've alluded to the fact that we can explore and evaluate evolution to other designs with that market experience. So this transitional aspect is not necessarily squarely tied to this particular alternative, but I think overall we envision, and ideally a place where as the market expands, we can transition to other and evaluate other congestion hedging mechanisms more directly through the market. But in particular, with this particular alternative, it seeks to recognize that under the EDAM design, parties will continue to administer certain key responsibilities. They continue to administer their reliability function, resource planning function, transmission planning function, but most of all, they continue to administer their open access transmission tariffs and continue to sell transmission service under those tariffs while they're in this extended day ahead market. And this is one of those challenges of the day-ahead market that it's overlaid with the OAT framework. It's not one consolidated balancing area, it's not one tariff, but it's multiple tariffs operating and participating under the same day-ahead market. And so the continued sales of transmission service can increase that risk of parallel flows in the organized market structure where supply is optimized across that interconnected grid. At this stage, there's no simultaneous feasibility evaluation, and those continued sales over time can continue to perpetuate some of these challenges associated with parallel flows. And that's where we're going to seek to evolve that market design to evaluate other equitable structures and direct potential hedging instruments for market participants informed by market operational experience and some of the data that we may gather from the initial operation of the EDAM. We go to the next slide. So what does this then what does this transition look like, kind of shaping that transition? And as I noted, this is one area where we certainly could appreciate some comment on. We're introducing some concepts here, but we want to get your perspectives as well. Is there any more structure to this transitional nature? But during the operation of the EDAM, we would look to monitor some of those parallel flow effects associated with constraints across the growing EDAM footprint as Pacificor starts, as Portland General joins, and then other parties as well join the EDAM, looking at those effects of parallel flows and impacts of constraints that are modeled across the interconnected EDAM footprint, including some of the monitoring of the congestion revenue distribution effects associated with this particular alternative, how those are being distributed, and in what proportionality across the wider EDAM footprint. As we envision it, we would monitor during the first 1 to 2 years of EDAM operations, especially I think allowing room for multiple EDAM entities to join the market and see some of those effects. Like I said, Pacificor starts first, and then Portland General joins as well, and evaluating as another EDAM entity is brought into the market, what are those effects on flows and on the parallel flow impacts and the distributions of those revenues. Informed by that market experience and by some of that data, we would launch then separately a stakeholder initiative, a focused stakeholder initiative to evaluate this design evolution to congestion revenue allocation and potential consideration of a spectrum of different alternatives, including consideration of financial rights or other intermediary potential mechanisms that potentially include some form of simultaneous feasibility and a structure for allocation of certain congestion rights or financial rights across that wider EDAM footprint. So the transitional nature at this point, we're not proposing any kind of an end state at this time to where we want to go. I think there's a number of options that we can evaluate informed by that market experience that could range all the way from enhancements to the existing design to introduction of certain simultaneous feasibility aspects, all the way to evaluation of financial rights in the market like CRRs across a wider market footprint. I wanted to pause there. I think this is an important aspect of discussion and any kind of initial feedback on the transition. We recognize, I think, certainty is important in this design, so we certainly want to get some feedback at this point.
We have a question in the back of the room there.
Hello, hi, Michaela Fly, Customized Energy Solutions. Do you have like a set of criteria or principles for what this final solution would look like yet? I guess I'm trying to get an idea if you still believe that the congestion revenue rights should be allocated back to where the congestion occurred or to who's paying for that congestion, if that is like a principle that you think the final solution should include.
No, fair question. And we haven't developed those at this point in time. I think we want to be guided by some of the stakeholder perspectives and guidance at this point. I think certainly in the organized market structure context, we recognize the importance of eventually moving to some form of financial rights. I think the question is how quickly and what level of experience we need to get in the market to do that. But that's an area we certainly appreciate some of the feedback to the extent there are certain factors that should be considered once we are informed by this market experience, what factors should be considered to evaluate the ultimate long-term solution.
All right, we've got quite a few questions online, and then I'll come back to the room here. Hi, Stuart Kelly.
Stuart Kelly, just Milos, welcome the ISO's presentation today. In terms of the transitional alternative approach, I believe that's a more equitable starting point, recognizing that, you know, we have to be pragmatic. We're not in a full market. It's this combination of the bilateral and the market world, but also very much welcome the recognition that we need to look at this more long-term and durable design. As you outline, I think it's going to take some time. We need to learn from our experience. But again, I just wanted to say that I appreciate what we've heard today. Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart. That's helpful. Appreciate that. Jeff Spires.
Hi, Milos. This is Jeff Spires with PowerX. First of all, I also just want to express appreciation for the CAISO acknowledging the issue raised by PowerX and other stakeholders, and for initiating this discussion and bringing forward a potential alternative. I do have some specific thoughts about the alternative when we get into some more of the complicated examples, but I did want to provide some higher level feedback here about the transitional nature of the potential change. And I think the concern from our perspective is with effectively predetermining that the solution is transitional without, as a previous commenter just noted, without necessarily agreement on what are the guiding principles that will inform the future evolution of the market. EDAM and Markets Plus are both voluntary day-ahead markets that are layered on top of the OAT framework. We have multiple BAs and multiple TSPs in the West. And until we get to the point where we're looking at one or more RTOs and we're looking at BA and TSP consolidation and all of the features that come with an RTO, we are going to, for the most part, be in the OAT paradigm. And within that paradigm, firm transmission customers need to have long-term confidence that they can rely on their firm OAT rights. And that includes physical priority. It includes choosing how they use their rights, including in different markets. But in the context specifically of today's discussion, firm customers need to know that their rights will provide protection from day-ahead congestion, including exposure to congestion created by parallel flows. We recognize that that may not be 100% perfect hedge. You know, derates or other issues can reduce the quantity of the hedge, but the key issue is that the hedge should be complete insofar as those customers are receiving protection against all of the constraints that they're exposed to when delivering energy from their source to sink. So if they have 100 megawatt rights, maybe there's a derate and the quantity of their hedge drops to 90. We fully understand that there will be instances, derates or other issues that reduce the total quantity of the hedge, but that is very different from the current challenge of facing exposure, unmitigated exposure to congestion associated with parallel flows on other systems. And the long-term confidence that firm rights will provide that complete source sink hedge really is essential, because it's necessary for customers that are evaluating making long-term investments in purchasing OAT rights, potentially many years into the future. It's necessary to support upgrades and expansions of the transmission system, and it's necessary to support long-term contracting of remote resources to meet growing load in the West. And all of this is happening now. And I think if we were in a place where we had confidence that those attributes of firm transmission would be respected, including a source sink hedge, then the specific market design and mechanisms to achieve that outcome absolutely should evolve and should change over time as real world experience is gained. No issue with that conceptually, but the challenge is without agreement that in principle now that those characteristics of firm rights will be upheld and moving ahead with a transitional solution, it introduces considerable risk that we find ourselves 2-3 years from now without a source sink hedge or facing a similar place that we're at today. So I agree and understand the need to allow the markets to evolve, and I think that that is a really good thing in the long term, and we would expect that outcome. But at the same time, I think the opportunity is now to focus on what are the principles that are needed to provide that long-term confidence, specifically as it relates to firm rights that, until we get to a full RTO world, these markets are going to be operating and need to be compatible with that framework.
So thanks for the feedback, Jeff. I appreciate your comments. In terms of your comments, we welcome them in the comments period if you want to submit your comments as well. I do think our objective is to evolve, similar to what we've done with WEIM. As learnings occurred, we were able to evolve. And I think the same principle applies here. Are there any specific questions about the proposal that Milosh has presented that you have? If not, we can welcome your comments to the paper.
I do have some specific comments on the proposal, but I would say that they're more specific to the
Other
future
examples.
examples. So I'll hold off on that, I think, until we get there, if that works.
Okay, yeah, I think we'll be able to get there here shortly.
Okay.
Thanks. All right, Doug?
Hi, Doug Bocignone for the Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. In terms of this longer term solution, I think some of the issues that Jeff raised, I think sort of point to why it's going to take longer to address them, because I think there are some very big issues and the underlying differences between an organized market and a sort of traditional bilateral approach to things is, making that work together is very challenging, short of going to a full RTO. So clearly, those aren't going to get resolved prior to the planned start of EDAM. So I think it does make sense to explore some kind of interim or transitional solution. I guess one question I have, or maybe a concern about sort of having different treatment in the EIM versus the EDAM in terms of how the congestion is going to be allocated, is I fully appreciate that sort of the differences between the EDAM markets and the EIM markets that aren't in EDAM, and I can understand sort of coming up with a different settlements approach for those two markets. But I worry that, anytime you have a difference between how things are settled in one in the, a day ahead versus real time, it seems like you could be sort of sending signals that could either get gamed or just give people the wrong incentives. And I just wonder, like, if you have some plans to further explore what kind of risk could be raised by having this different settlements treatment for the congestion revenue allocation between the EIM and EDAM markets.
Yeah, no, fair point, Doug. And we've thought a little bit about that internally as we've been considering this as well. And I think that will be part of the monitoring effort as well, to the extent that we go down the path of a day ahead, different design compared to real time. That will be part of the monitoring aspect as well. What are the, how folks are behaving in terms of that transition from day ahead to real time based on the difference in congestion revenue allocation methods. But I don't know, James, if you want to add anything as well.
No, all I'd add is that as part of the design, if we do go down this route, I will have the ability to see what the congestion breakdown is in day ahead and real time, as well as what it is that we're allocating that congestion to. So I'll be able to do comparatives so that we can see if there's a underlying issue that we have to resolve on top of that. We will take steps to make sure we can monitor it.
All right, thanks, Doug. And if I could just emphasize as well that to your point, Doug, the transitional nature is so that we can, continue to learn, and then we will eventually land on a longer term solution.
And just to add to that, Joanne, as well, I think there's a recognition, that depending on the approach that we go down, it will take time to design it, and it will take time to implement, depending on that complexity. So, this may not be as immediate of a switch, but certainly will be guided by the complexity and the nature of the stakeholder design that we ultimately come up with to transition to.
All right, let's take Abram. Please go ahead.
Hi, it's Abram with Appian Way. I'm curious on this issue of principles. This was a question I had in the first part of the presentation anyway, which is how did EDAM allocate the rights associated with the scheduling points and interties between balancing areas, and what principles were used there? Because it seems like from the presentation that there is an allocation of rights to the interties between balancing areas that was already done, and presumably certain principles or some business solution was, developed as part of that.
No, good question, Abram, and I'll start, and then maybe James, feel free to jump in. But under the EDAM design, ultimately the EDAM entities are the ones that bring transmission to the interface to be able to optimize and establish transfers between the two balancing areas. And under the EDAM design, it sought to maximize the transmission that's available to support that optimization, while also supporting the exercise of transmission rights, whether those are legacy or owed transmission rights. So it provides effectively that transmission, one way or another, ultimately becomes available for optimization, while at the interface, effectively the total transfer capability, except maybe certain margins that the transmission provider can hold back and retain for management of reliability. But otherwise, transmission that's supporting the resource sufficiency evaluation, to the extent that parties release transmission rights in advance, or if the transmission remains unscheduled, as well as any unsold ATC at an intertie becomes available for optimization, along with transmission customers being able to exercise their rights. So one way or another, the full transfer capability at that intertie, or largely full, becomes available for supporting those transfers between balancing areas, as indicated by the transmission providers. But go ahead, James.
So if I add to it is, so what we are going to do is we're going to have most of the long-term rights modeled in our master file. That way we know exactly what the transmission rights from source to sink is. And then we will also have the entity let us know exactly what the amount of transmission that they are going to be able to exercise at that source and sink location. In addition, if they do some shorter term rights, the entity is going to provide us that information as well. So the market is going to get the information ahead of time on what the contract reference number, what is the source and sink location, and how much they're able to exercise up to in the market. And then we will allow the transmission customer to exercise those rights as they see fit. And then we will solve for the rest of the market based upon that, and settlements will kick in.
So if, I don't think I completely understood exactly what's happening. But like if we were to look at a interface like the California-Oregon border, how much would currently California has transfer capability both in and out at the California-Oregon border that participants can bid on as CRRs. And there's a certain amount of transfer capability that California tries not to oversell. How much, like, will California entities be impacted in terms of their transfer capability? Say a different BAA comes in and says, hey, we'd like to, there's transfer capability here, we'd like to schedule short-term rights. They're granted those rights, and how will that potentially impact the congestion rents that is collected by the Cal ISO?
So for the ISO balancing authority area, we will be leveraging our intertie scheduling limits as well as our intertie transmission constraints to manage the transmission within the ISO side of the intertie location. So that means we'll be managing both economic bids as well as any transfers coming in to that transfer location. For the EDAM BAA, they are going to inform us what is the amount of transfer capability for that balancing authority area to the intertie location. And then the transmission customer will have the ability to schedule their rights or release their rights for optimization. And so then when it comes to the EDAM balancing authority area side of it, if it's between that BA and the ISO, they're going to be limited based upon what transfer capability they release and use, so basically what their entitlement is. Whereas the ISO side, we will manage the economics bids as well as that transfer capability to determine the optimal solution. So it should not impact the ISO side.
So I'm trying to understand, because you mentioned entitlements in the answer. What I'm trying to understand is, how did you come up with it? How did you actually allocate the entitlements to the interfaces between an EDAM BAA and Cal ISO? Is that in the tariff? So, is that set based on some modeling or some historical usage? Or is it variable depending on what the current usage is, say short-term and things like that?
So it will be modeled. As Pacific Corp is onboarding into EDAM, we will model their transmission rights from their balancing authority area to the appropriate intertie location for the ISO. In that, they will tell us what their transmission rights are. And then as we get closer to the day, there will be assignments in essence on what transmission customers can schedule on those rights, because they have purchased either long-term or short-term rights, and anything else, the EDAM entity will be able to release it to the market for optimal use.
Okay, so that's going
it will be modeled.
Okay, so that's going into California from, say, Pacific Corp. Can Pacific Corp make a bilateral transaction with an IPP in California to bring generation up to Pacific Corp across the border, and how would that be handled?
We will have bidirectional rights at the transfer location. They may not be the same number for entitlement rights, but you will have bidirectional rights so that Pacific Corp potentially can get energy from California up in to serve their load, and then California can get energy from Pacific Corp to serve our load. George, I don't know if you want to add to this at all? I guess not.
Nope. Okay. So before I go to any other online questions, Carrie, I think you had a question here in the room.
Yeah, this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I had a question on slide 23, and then one more after that. So that third bullet, Milos, I'm trying to make sense of what this means, and I understand the individual words, but I'm not quite getting the meaning. So I'm wondering if you can go over it again.
Which one is that? The sub bullet?
Yeah, sorry.
To the third
No,
bullet?
just bullet 3 overall. Yeah, the one that goes continued sales of transmission service.
Yeah, I think as you're considering transition to financial rights, the more of these firm out transmission rights that you continue to sell under the tariff, they can potentially impact once you transition to congestion revenue rights or other financial rights. Once you do the simultaneous, there could be an impact on simultaneous feasibility associated with being able to exercise all of those transmission rights, and it may, for lack of a better term, potentially dilute future hedges that you may get based on transmission rights. I think that's what we're trying to convey, is that as you, in an out world today, continue to sell firm out transmission rights from source to sink that can have parallel flow effects on an adjoining system, as you consider transitioning to different hedging mechanisms, it could have an impact on the magnitude of congestion hedge that you could receive as a result of continued sales of those firm transmission rights. I don't know, James, if you want to help me out here as well, but yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, Carrie. This is, I think, a little bit about the concept of multiple transmission service providers within a single market optimization. And so what here you're talking about is transmission service, right? The sale of, or continued sale of firm transmission rights. And I think when other consolidated balancing areas, ISO RTOs, transitioned from OAT rights to financial rights, let's just stick with that, they became the transmission service provider. So the individual OATs were no longer selling transmission. So there was a point in time where the simultaneous feasibility of the system was kind of assessed. And you didn't have the individual transmission providers continuing to sell transmission on their system, could be associated with new facilities or all different reasons. And so we don't have that here. We have each transmission service provider continuing to sell, make available, and administer its open access tariff in a single market solution or optimization. Does that help?
Yeah, I think I understand now. That was not what I took away from this bullet, so I'm really glad I asked, and that makes sense to me.
Okay.
All right, and then second question is actually for Jeff from PowerX. I didn't understand what he was advocating for, or the point he was trying to make on the transition. I'm wondering if we can get him back on and if he could be more clear about it. I wasn't sure whether he was saying we shouldn't move forward and we should go to CRRs, or whether he was making a different point. And I think that would be really helpful to understand. Our position at WPTF generally is that this makes sense to us, and that frankly, all EDAM policy should be viewed as transitional. It's a brand new market. It's a new construct. It's a market based on OAT rights. And so we're going to see how this goes, and we're obviously going to make changes. I just see this as an additional element to that. So I didn't quite get his point, and it would be helpful for me to understand. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. Yes, I agree. It's an evolution, right? So appreciate your comments there. I'm going to go to Dawn now, but we'll circle back with Jeff here in just a couple minutes. Dawn.
So Don Trethway on behalf of Deseret and UMPA. I agree with Carrie. I think the movement from the previous approach, where it was broken down by individual balancing authority areas, was a little problematic. I mean, you still would have gotten the correct money back to the transmission customer. You just potentially would have needed to go ask every single EIM entity to have a settlement relationship with them. So, I think this is going in the right direction. And I would note that the discussion that you had with Appian Way was really around transfer revenue, but it actually, I think, is very enlightening about how it's so important to get the right dollars back to the right transmission customer. And so if you think about transfer revenue, that's being allocated to the individual BAs 50%, 50%. But if you actually go look at the OAT in terms of how they're going to sub-allocate transfer revenue, they're looking to sub-allocate it to the transmission customers that made the transfer capability available. So they're actually able to actually bring the dollars back to the right transmission customer, which is the one that, again, that had the rights that made that transmission available. Unfortunately, we aren't going down the same path with the congestion revenue, where there isn't that, you're not seeing the corresponding OAT that's getting it back to the right transmission customer necessarily. And that's probably a longer term transitional thing that needs to be worked through. But I think if you look at the transfer revenue, it's pretty clear that it's going back to the right transmission customer, especially between Pace and Pac West. Again, it's getting it to the transmission customer, and I think that's ultimately what we should be focused on, not with the right balancing authority area that's getting the dollars, but is it the right transmission customer?
Thanks, Don. I would appreciate, if you're so inclined to submit those in the comments as well, that'd be great. So maybe to sort of, maybe shed some light on Jeff's comments earlier. I think we've got Becky Robinson on. So Becky, I think I'd like to have you go ahead and jump in now and provide your perspective there.
Thanks, Joanne. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Joanne. Yeah, Becky Robinson with the ISO. Yeah, I appreciate Jeff's question on OAT rights, and certainly I think we recognize from market participants' perspective, if they have, secured the OAT rights to flow, from a given transmission service provider based on, what they have to sell, we recognize the desire for certainty around the hedge value of, what they've secured, and recognize, that they would like that certainty going forward into the future. And so I do want to recognize that. And I think there was an earlier question in the room as well about sort of that as a grounding principle, and what do we think about that? And so, to me, I think this, it's not, I think it highlights that we're in unique circumstances here, right? And this is not an easy question. It relates to kind of the fundamentals of what we're trying to do of overlaying an organized market over top of keeping an OAT transmission structure and transmission sales under OAT, whereas other organized markets, as I think others have noted since that comment, other organized markets don't do that, right? They move to financial transmission rights or congestion revenue rights. And there's, not continued OAT sales within the system. So I feel like we need to, while I recognize from the market participant perspective the desire for a hedge, I would maybe kind of ask for the thought experiment of, kind of overlaying that with the organized market. And we're going to be operating a market over a larger footprint than any individual transmission service provider's system. And why we're having this conversation right now is that not everything fits together as neatly as we might like. So even if, a given transmission service provider has sold OAT rights based on the best information it has of its own system, that may not take into account larger system dynamics, looking over the broader footprint that the market is being optimized over. So it may be the case that all of those OAT rights that have been sold collectively, and when we look at the multiple transmission service providers that we're going to be dispatching a single market over top of, those OAT rights may not all be able to flow at the same time, right? And in the OAT world, there's means to address that and curtail as needed, right? But I think when we get to the organized market context of it's going to surface differently, right? Where if we were moving to a financial transmission right or a congestion revenue right structure, then you would get into questions about, well, do OAT rights translate directly into a congestion revenue right for, 100% of the value of the OAT right that as a market participant, you've bought and paid to flow over a given transmission service provider system. And I think the experience has been in other markets where they've made this transition, and John was alluding to this as well, that's not been able to be the case, right? Because just because you've secured a right on a given transmission service provider system, the totality of those isn't simultaneously feasible oftentimes. And so there's been a need to haircut those, the translation of OAT transmission service rights into financial rights for the to hedge congestion. And so I just wanted to perhaps that's in the backdrop of everyone's mind, but I just wanted to kind of frame that out a little bit as why this is a challenging problem and what we're, why we're having this conversation. I think we really are interested in stakeholders' feedback on what's the best way for us to navigate, this step in the market evolution and potential further steps in the future of the market evolution. But I think we have to recognize that when we that there are some hard choices and sort of some hard facts in terms of what exactly did you buy and what did you pay for and what did you get when you bought transmission service rights from a single transmission service provider, and how does that sync up with now a market overlay over a broader footprint than that? And I think there's reasons why moving to the markets has benefits for hopefully for all market participants, but it's also I think this is a bump in the road in terms of figuring out how do we best navigate this. Thanks, Joanne.
Thanks, Becky, for offering up that perspective. Appreciate it. All right, so Jordan, thank you for being patient. Let's go to you online next.
Hey, thank you. Jordan Meyer from the CPUC Energy Division again. I apologize if this is a basic question, but I've been following the ATC initiative and wheeling, and then now starting to follow this. I'm not clear on the relationship between the two, but I read that in the issue paper and in someone's question a while ago. So context of that connection would be helpful for me.
Sorry, Jordan, would you mind just repeating the question?
Yeah,
the relationship between
the available transmission capability and this initiative.
Oh,
There's
the wheel through ATC, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are, again, two separate efforts. The other one is currently in place already earlier last year. But that one establishes ATC that can be reserved in advance to support wheeling through the ISO and certain structures. And here we're talking about more in the congestion revenue allocation between balancing areas as a result of price differences at LMPs. So not as direct of a relationship between the two.
Oh, because I read in the issue paper, but I didn't understand the connection, so thanks.
Oh, in the issue paper, the mention of that, yeah, it wasn't in the context of the wheeling through ATC. I think it was just in the context of recognizing that across the West, different transmission providers have taken steps to manage in how they manage the effects of these loop flows or parallel flows, in part by introducing certain margins within their methodology, by implementing certain scheduling practices. So it was just a recognition that transmission providers across the West are trying to manage some of these effects in different ways, in different practices.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah.
All right, I don't see anybody in the room. I think online, Rohan.
Yeah, hey, slide 23, if you wouldn't mind going back to that, please. In the sub-bullet for the third point, which says can dilute the extent of congestion hedge under financial rights instruments, I'm not sure I fully follow this. What the concept here is. What do you mean when you say it can dilute the extent of congestion hedge under FDRs?
Yeah, I think John touched on that a little bit as well. But always what we were trying to convey here is and as Becky mentioned, the EDAM is overlaid with a number of transmission provider open access tariffs, and they continue to sell transmission service that has potential loop flow or parallel flow effects on an adjoining system that maybe they haven't procured transmission on. And all that to say is, as you continue to make these sales of that transmission service, at some point when you transition to different types of financial hedges, and you allocate a financial hedge to transmission rights holders based on a simultaneous feasibility assessment, that there may be some dilution based upon the total volume of transmission rights that you've sold. That may not be simultaneously feasible as you continue to sell that transmission without a simultaneous feasibility test. Once you do make a switch and you do allocate some financial rights for transmission service, then it may not be as great as if you had less transmission service that's been sold, because every megawatt you sell potentially decreases the simultaneous feasibility depending on what's going on the other systems. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Milos, and one follow-up to that. This phrase has been used multiple times in the discussion today. It's simultaneous feasibility. Can someone please explain, maybe like really basic, at a very basic level, what do you mean when you say simultaneous feasibility?
Yeah, I'll start and then feel free to jump in. But it refers to the once you do an assessment to see how many of these rights can actually flow simultaneously across the system. Not necessarily every single exercise of rights. If everybody exercised their rights simultaneously, not all of those could flow at the same time. So you may need to make certain haircuts. Maybe in the OAT world, you may need to do some curtailments of transmission if all your firm and non-firm transmission customers exercised all of their rights at the same time, depending on what's going on the grid. And similarly, in the context of financial rights, as you're determining how to allocate those, you're looking at the feasibility of all of those rights and flows on the system at the same time, and you may need to make certain adjustments for that simultaneous feasibility, recognizing that not everything may be able to flow at the same time. But you want to add anything?
Yeah. And this is John. I was just going to add, since we're on transitional aspects of the design, a lot of focus here. The discussion has been on a transition to a financial rights. I think it's worth acknowledging that there's another mechanism that's possible, and there's others probably as well. But the other one would be sort of a flow entitlement basis, where each balancing area in this simultaneous feasibility test is done. And there's some kind of a determination as to the entitlements of flows between all the balancing areas in the day-ahead market time frame. And then you get some kind of a credit for that flow entitlement and the impacts you cause on the other system based on historical flows. So that's another mechanism. And James, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but I just want to make sure we don't just get stuck in this, one-dimensional mindset that we're transitioning and the next step is financial rights. It's no, there's other mechanisms that could be an alternative to this alternative.
Does that help, Rohan?
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Abram?
Thank you. I just actually wanted to follow up on exactly this point, because I take the point that there can be parallel flows or loop flows in other systems that can have this impact when there are new rights. My concern is that there's actually an incentive embedded in this structure for people to schedule wheel-through transactions that would dilute the value of the congestion rents that are going to California. So for instance, Guillermo had a very good example from the January 2024 storm, where of course, market participants are trying to schedule up to the northwest for reliability and pricing purposes. But if you're able to essentially, this is not an outside of California, but just wheel through California, under the current methodology, market participants who wheel through would pay for the congestion that they cause. It seems like the incentive that's being created by the new proposal is that market participants would be made whole for wheeling through the congestion, because the wheel through flow, even if it's causing congestion internal to California, not just at the border, is going to be allocated to the market participants that's paying. And so therefore they'd get a full hedge. And I guess my concern is you're creating an incentive for entities to schedule new transmission in the short term that would actually erode the amount of congestion rents collected by California entities, whether they're given to CRR holders or allocated back to load or whatever, just independent of that. I'm just wondering how you're thinking about the incentives that are created. And then as a corollary to this, I'm wondering if you do schedule a bilateral, would it be allowed for an entity in a separate BAA to schedule a point-to-point with a resource within California, or do they have to do that at the border? Two separate questions.
So regarding the incentives, that is something that has to be discussed as part of the transitional measure. We do understand that in order for OAT customers to get their scheduling priority, it does incentivize that they have to self-schedule. And then this mechanism is allowing the settlement system to put the appropriate congestion rents inside the congestion offset charge code, which is then given to the entity to apply to their customers as they see fit, as they see that their OAT has been specified. That is to give them a complete hedge or even a partial hedge. That is going to be part of their OAT and not necessarily part of this discussion. On the second one is the self-scheduling of the EDAM BAA to the transfer location at the ISO border. Yes, they can do a self-schedule unless they have transmission rights also inside the ISO from the generator to that transfer location. They will be able to self-schedule it. If not, then it's going to be economic bidding that's going to serve that transfer.
I'm sorry, so you're saying that you can schedule from a specific asset to the California border and then schedule it out?
If you have ETC TOR rights, you can. That's in the ISO. If you don't have ETC TOR rights, then the market's going to optimize all of the generation that has been self-scheduled and bid into the ISO balancing authority area to serve any necessary transfers there. Or potentially you can have an EDAM resource wheel through ISO and serve that transfer capability.
Okay, and so to your first, I guess one question is, what are ETC? Can you go through the acronym of what that means? But
yeah, so these are long-term historical legacy rights that have been established with the ISO. They're transmission ownership rights, existing transmission contracts. The ISO has some, but we do not have a significant amount.
I see. Okay, thank you. And so to the first point, I take your point about it would be up to the BAA to allocate the rights to whoever they want, but the external BAA would be incentivized to bring in wheel-through transactions, like in the circumstance from the January 2024 storm. And it seems like there would be an incentive for wheel-through transactions that would essentially be held harmless for the congestion that they're causing internal to California, whereas California entities would basically have to subsidize those wheel-through transactions based on the proposal here. Am I getting that wrong?
So is it wheeling through California or wheeling outside of California with a
Wheeling
effectiveness
through
on
California.
ISO constraint? Wheeling through. So if they're wheeling through California and using import and export schedules, they are subject to the congestion exposure. There isn't a perfect hedge for them.
Yes, but the
If they are
BAA on the other side would be getting the congestion rents associated with that. California would not be getting the congestion rents.
No, because the ISO schedules, that's contribution to the ISO constraint under this proposal will stay in the ISO balancing authority area. So if I have an import at Palo Verde and it's exporting out at Malin and it's has an impact on a constraint X as we had before that was inside the ISO balancing authority area, that congestion difference between that import and export will stay inside the ISO balancing authority area per the transitional measure.
Okay, so I thought it was going to the entity that paid the congestion, not the entity where the congestion occurred.
No, it's where the congestion is being collected from. It stays back in that balancing authority area. That's why I asked the question. If it was wheeling outside, across a EDAM BAA and it doesn't go through the ISO, then those schedules, that congestion would stay within that balancing authority area under the transitional measure.
I'm thinking, James, that the examples that you have further on might be able to help that,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that
we
would be
will have
great.
some examples, Abram, that I think will help clarify. Okay. Jeff, let's go to you next. Thanks for jumping back on.
Thank you. Jeff Spires with PowerX. I just wanted to very briefly clarify my earlier remarks. Basically, my high-level point was that the issue with the current design is that firm out rights are exposed to congestion associated with parallel flows. And I think PowerX and other stakeholders believe that firm out rights should provide a hedge from the source to sink of their rights. May not be a perfect hedge. I think the comments from Becky and Milos are noted. There could be derates or other reasons why the quantity of the hedge associated with rights is less than the nominal amount of rights they hold. So you might have 100 megawatts of rights, but your hedge is lower than that in quantity because of a derate or because of the overall amount of rights being scheduled. So similar to today's world where there's a physical derate or a physical reduction, you could see something similar financially. That we understand, but the principle is that the firm out rights would provide a complete hedge where they are providing protection from all of the constraints that impact the price separation between the source and the sink of those rights. And there may be many ways to do that, and the mechanisms to achieve that may evolve, but the principle should continue. And it needs to continue. You think about some of the decisions that are being made, whether it's investing in transmission upgrades or new lines, or trying to contract or build new resources. These are 20-year decisions. And so the concern I was trying to raise was having a proposal that might be a workable solution for the short term without having any guiding principles that inform the way the market evolves in the future. That was really what my point was. I think that we should be agreeing on the principle that firm rights provide you with that complete hedge now and have that be enshrined going forward so that as the market design evolves, we have confidence that that is the underlying objective that will be met on a long-term basis. So hopefully that's helpful. Thank you.
And Jeff, this is John Anders. That is helpful. And I think it might also be helpful if we heard from others on this principle that Jeff seems to articulate as though it belongs to every entity, every individual, every right holder, and everyone else. I'm not sure the ISO accepts that proposal outright as a principle starting point. We can have that debate in other arenas or wherever or whenever, but I think for purposes of this initiative, it might be helpful for us to collectively as a group consider that starting point and that principle, because it's not entirely clear, and I think we went to some length in our answer in the Pacific Corp proceeding to describe what we believe OAT right holders are entitled to in terms of a hedge in market contexts or in transitions to organized markets. But I wouldn't want to take that as a starting point for this group without saying what I just said or hearing from others as to what they think on that point.
Thanks, John. I think we have a couple of comments along those lines. So let me go to Kathy.
Joanna, can I
Kathy
please
Anderson,
just,
Idaho Power. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to, sorry, Kathy, didn't mean to step in front of you there. I just
Okay,
wanted
go ahead.
to say, John, I appreciate that. And I'm not speaking on behalf of others, and I should be careful not to do that. And I think others will provide their perspective. But you did note that maybe the CAISO doesn't agree with that. And I do think that that is, one of the challenges is trying to understand here what CAISO's view is as well, because that will also inform our understanding of what the future holds. So I do think it's a valuable conversation to have, but point taken in terms of I'm expressing PowerX's views. So I appreciate that.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Kathy Anderson, Idaho Power. So I understand Jeff's concern with firm transmission rights that they may have purchased across providers' systems. I will note, however, that transmission service providers, when they sell transmission under their own individual rights, may not be considering the transmission somebody else sold on theirs. So while my system operating limits and all of that take into account kind of other people's systems so I don't do them harm, it may not consider that maybe at the same time Pacific Corp has sold however many megawatts of transmission on their system that could create that parallel flow. I think it all comes down to, we're again trying to overlay this new concept of a market on top of an out transmission system where maybe short of people who are selling their transmission on a flow-based system with their neighbor are not necessarily considering simultaneous impacts to each other. And so I could sell transmission that is rightly sold firm under my out that maybe creates Pacific Corp a problem if they have the same sale on the other side somewhere in their system. And so I think keeping in mind that this is kind of the growing pains of what we're trying to do is important, and that there is, no guarantee even today that just because you flow firm on my system, you're going to be able to flow firm on PAC's system, even if you have firm rights, because something else could be going on, especially with the whole simultaneous issue. So I think, I think your proposal that you have, at least from what I can understand of, I think is a reasonable starting point. I am concerned, that a year or two, you may not have enough data to really look at anything, depending on what your market footprint looks like at that point in time. So I would, hesitate to say, yeah, you'll look at something in 2 years if all you have is Pacific Corp and CAISO and PGE there. So I would caution that. But I think we just have to remember this is some growing pains, and I agree that things will change. The evolution will change as the system changes. It will change, but the expectation that just because you have firm on one transmission provider means you got firm from source to sink, I think is a little bit not true, because I don't sell my system looking at PAC's simultaneous feasibility.
Thanks for that feedback, Kathy. Appreciate that perspective as well. All right, so Steve.
Steve Keen from Edison, and I want to follow up on that by asking some questions. Just to help my understanding of how things work now. Is there anyone in the WEC right now that does like a simultaneous feasibility test to make sure that if different entities are selling OAT service across paths that are causing loop flow on another system, that, you know, they're limited in how much they can sell? That's question one. Just is there anything done right now? And the second question is a follow-up kind of to what was explaining, which is if I buy, you know, if I have firm service on, say, Idaho, and it causes problems on Pacificor, how is that dealt with? You know, if I have 100 megawatts of firm service on Idaho, but it's causing loop flow on Pacificor, how is that dealt with now? You know, do I just flow it, no problem, and then, you know, Pacificor just has to deal with it? Or is there some method for transfer of funds between them now? Or because
Kathy, Kathy or Mike, maybe?
Yeah, yeah, Mike causes problems on my system all the time. No, this is Kathy Anderson, Idaho Power. I would say short of, you know, the path rating process, which establishes, you know, ratings for specific paths in the West, there's not a lot of simultaneous looking at, especially not when it comes to selling. So for instance, path 14, I have the ability to sell up to so many megawatts. I'll sell it. And if there's a flow, there's a reason why I don't sell 300 and some megawatts of that path firm. And that's because I have parallel flows that come from the COI flowing across my system, for example. And so we adjust how much we are willing to sell firm based on the flows potentially that other people's systems could cause us. Now, if that flow materializes, and it does, then I have to start curtailing any non-firm schedules that I have sold under my tariff to accommodate that flow. And if it continues, I will have to redispatch generation. And it could even be to the point where I start now cutting firm schedules because I don't know whose flow it is. At that point in time, I'm probably calling the RC and we're probably asking for some assistance because at that point in time, I've probably cut nearly 400 megawatts of schedules that haven't done any impact. So I guess the answer is, you know, we deal with it ourselves through curtailments of things that we have sold. We redispatch our own generation, which doesn't come with any compensation. And then third, we turn to the reliability coordinator if we cannot get it resolved and ask them to do some kind of action. Usually that doesn't involve any kind of compensation either. Or we, you know, EIM does take care of some of that if we can constrain the system enough to force some market solutions.
So it's essentially being managed primarily from a reliability perspective, right? Procedurally, operationally.
Yeah, and there's rules in the West, like you can't overschedule the path on purpose. You know, the stuff's not unlimited. And so, you know, we aren't purposely scheduling over the limits. It's just flows where they're going to flow. And I've seen some really creative scheduling practices in my 20 years.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we have a couple more questions online. Eric?
Hi, this is Eric Little from CalCCI. I just have a follow-up question for Jeff. I heard you use the term perfect hedge. I want to make sure I'm understanding how you mean that. Whenever I heard the term perfect hedge, it means fully funded. So if the ISO were to have $1 worth of congestion but only collect 75 cents, Jeff, are you expecting that they would pay out the $1?
So Eric's.
Thanks, Eric. It's Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, are you there?
Yes, it's Jeff Spires with PowerX. No, I was trying to make the point that we understand the that the amount of revenue collected may not be sufficient, and that in that case, then the allocation would be the 75 cents. So I was just trying to clarify, we understand the challenge with underfunding and are not asking for a quote unquote perfect hedge.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
All right, next we'll go to Stuart.
Joanna, I just wanted to to sell paper, just fundamentally don't believe that's the
Stuart,
case.
you're breaking up a little bit. Stuart, you're breaking up. Can you hear us, Stuart?
Yeah.
You're breaking up.
I'll put it in the chat. So
Yeah, you're breaking up. Yeah. Yeah, if you could just put that in the chat, we'll try to address it that way. Thanks, Stuart. Sorry. Richard?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, it's Richard Side with Grid Strategies, and I just have a simple question actually, and it's in the context of seams coordination and management. To the extent that there will need to be a way to model and honor parallel flows in order to do seams coordination, wouldn't you want to move this process as well? So I'll give you an example. I have experience in Eastern markets, and there are things called coordinated flow gates on either side of the border where one or the other RTO or ISO has an allocation to, for that flow gate, for that congestion, and in turn they redispatch, and there is compensation that's associated with that. And to the extent that, from what I can tell, there'll be two markets and you will be moving towards seams coordination, wouldn't this process be a part of that as well?
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a little bit different than seams between markets. This is about allocation of congestion revenues within a common market that's comprised of multiple balancing areas. I think in the seams context, yeah, there'll be potentially different ways of working on that and addressing that market-to-market congestion that may be created. But in
that context, in that context, you're examining scheduled and unscheduled flows, and you need a process in the same way that you're going to be doing it within your own market to look at congestion revenue. Wouldn't you want to have that capability? That's really what I'm saying. In developing this alternative approach for EDAM, wouldn't you want to have a similar capability in the context of a flow gate redispatch that you will be doing down the line?
Potentially, Richard, some of this market experience may inform some of that evaluation down the road, but we haven't put something like that yet on the table here as part of the longer term solution. That may come up through those discussions. I think the first step will be looking at some of these parallel flow impacts and the market experience that we gain from that, the data, the information, and then down the line, maybe there is some consideration as well.
That's really the point of my comment. So thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
All right. Before I go to Mark Smith, I just wanted to sort of try to address what I think Stuart was asking regarding perfect hedge, right? So from the proposal, there's no perfect hedge, but the hedge is based on revenue collected, right? And so the transitional approach is essentially a better hedge, if you will. Maybe Milos can add to that.
That's right. Yeah, the congestion revenue on the transitional alternative would allocate it to the balancing area where it accrued, where it was accrued, and that would provide a greater congestion hedge than I think comparatively to the extent that it was allocated as proposed in the Pacific Core tariff. It would provide a greater opportunity for a hedge than under the status quo.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Milos. And then Stuart was able to get a comment in the chat here. So the question I wanted to counter the assertion that there is an incentive to self-schedule and be a price taker, or indeed there is any kind of subsidy. I don't believe that is the case. What we are talking about is a more appropriate way of allocating congestion revenues to the impacted BA.
Was that a comment or a question? I think it was a, yeah.
Yeah, more of a comment. So any
Yeah.
feedback on that?
No, I mean,
No.
I think that's one way of viewing it, and it effectively flows that revenue to the entity to ultimately allocate under their tariff. And if they're providing that congestion hedge to the exercises of rights, this provides a more effective mechanism to do that.
All right, thanks, Stuart. All right, in terms of other questions, Mark Smith?
Hi there, can you hear me? I'm in the car.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to go all the way back to John Anders' question, which was related to Jeff Spear's comments, and I think I'm going to be a little Switzerland here. John, I understand your answer, that there are risks associated with firm transmission in today's market. You can always get your schedule cut a bit if there's a physical problem, if there's oversubscription that results in some kind of pro rata allocation of rights. I get that. It's highly uncommon, at least in today's market, in our experience anyhow, that the specific costs of redispatch would flow their way back to us. However, I'm sure that there may be instances where that does happen. So I understood your answer, I think, and I agree with it. However, it's been our experience in most of the areas that firm schedules flow almost unhindered. You know, yes, we will take an occasional D-rate, especially on lines like the COI lines where there's D-rates virtually every day, one way or the other. But once you have a firm right, and once you're paying the transmission owner its cost of service for that transmission facility, it is highly unusual that you won't be able to flow if you schedule according to the timelines that are indicated in their OAT. So I think I'm lining up closer with Jeff, but I understand, John Anders, your points. So those are comments, not a question.
And thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. And I think keeping in mind that distinction, and I think your comments illustrated it, the physical rights versus financial rights. And so I think you know, they're separate, and I don't necessarily disagree with your second point about the physical rights and the flow capabilities of those point-to-point rights or other firm rights on transmission service provider systems. So.
Thanks, John and Mark. So we're going to take one more question. Todd is in queue, and then I think we'll be ready to jump to a couple more examples. It's been a good discussion. So Todd, let's close this segment with you.
This is Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. I just wanted to see if I'm understanding this correctly. What I'm hearing from both stakeholders and CAISO is a need to balance the right of two different transmission customers. The transmission customers that might have OAT rights and the transmission customers that might be affected because of the parallel flow, you know, who are paying for that and their capacity might be reduced. And so we need to find a way of balancing not just the rights of the parallel path, but also the rights of the OAT holder that's causing the parallel flow. Is that kind of what we're aiming to do here?
Todd, I'd say it's probably more balancing the OAT's rights, not just their scheduling priority, what financial priority they receive because by having firm transmission rights versus where the congestion revenue is going to come to fund all the either CRRs or the congestion hedge that's going to be provided to the OAT rights.
Understood, but why I'm explicitly saying it this way is that my understanding of the current system is that it is essentially protecting the rights of the parallel path transmission customers that are paying for that transmission capacity that's being utilized through unscheduled or loop flows or however one wants to say it. And the keeping the congestion there, it reflects the fact that that loop flow is utilizing that customer's capacity without request, right? And if we were to go the opposite direction and completely forever allocate the perfect hedge to the outright, then you might not be respecting the fact that the parallel path, those customers are paying for that parallel path and its capacity is being utilized. And so we're trying to find a balance between those two customers given the transitional nature of our market.
Yeah, Todd, and the reason why I answered the way I answered it is because initially the outright customer is also paying for that parallel impact. It's just whether or not, how much of a hedge do they get for that as relationship to anybody else who is economically bidding and then has to be exposed to that congestion on the parallel path.
How exactly does a outright holder in an EDAM balancing area pay for California transmission if it's being affected by a California path constraint?
So it's not paying for the transmission, but it is if it has an effective or a shift factor or distribution factor from the source and sink on that old path to a binding constraint inside of ISO, then that shadow price will have an impact on the settlement of both the supply and the demand. And so from an initial settlement perspective of the LMP, they are potentially paying for their portion of that constraint. We'll walk through it. We'll go through the examples.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so I think it's a good segue for James to walk through the next couple of examples. What? We're going to come back to a break, so hold on. Okay, go ahead, James.
I was preparing for the break, so threw me off there.
We're waiting for the cookies to arrive, so yeah. So go ahead, James.
All right. So in the next two examples, we are going to look at. Let me do a level set. We're going to have a network model, if you want to call it, a model of 4 balancing authority areas. Each one of the balancing authority areas, we're making the assumption that they pass the RSC sufficiency test. And so in other words, we had enough supply to meet the demand forecast as well as any imbalance reserve requirements. Each balancing authority area transfer constraint is not binding, which means we can flow energy from one balancing authority area to another, regardless if the market solution shows that there's no transfer. But from a net perspective, we have the ability to send energy from one BA to another. We're going to have a single constraint that's binding. It's going to be in BAA. It's binding from a south to north direction. The shadow prices of the constraints impact the LMPs across the market. Now, if you're south of the constraint, you're going to have more of a negative congestion impact. If you're north of the constraint, you're going to have a positive congestion impact. And we're going to have the two examples we're going to look at is one we're dubbing as prevailing flow. That means the energy is flowing from the south to the north. And then we'll have a counterflow where one of the balancing authority area is actually going against the predominant flow of the constraint. If you go to the next slide. So I put two things, let's put both the model and the settlement example together on this slide. So what we have is in balancing authority A, that is where the binding constraint resides. As I said, it's going binding south to north. Yes, Gary?
Before you go, can you just tell me what you are trying to show with the example? Like,
sure.
What is can you just ground us a little bit first?
Sure.
All right, awesome, thank you.
So in the prevailing flow example, we're going to have the market solve. We are going to have generation south of the constraint being dispatched to meet demand north of the constraint. So by doing so, you have congestion that's going to be impacting both the supply and the demand south as well as north. And through it, we're going to see how the congestion revenue is collected based upon that constraint of going across all 4 BAAs. In the last part of the tables, I will show what we currently are doing through the MCC breakdown as to where that congestion revenue will reside versus during the transitional period, how it's going to be broken out based upon the fundamental principles of the transition. Okay. So in the 4 BAAs, as I said, is the constraint is in BAA. It's, in this case, it's about the middle of the BAA, is binding south to north. I have 5,000 megawatts of generation south of the constraint being dispatched. 1,000 of it is being used to serve the load south of the constraint. The other 4,000 is flowing north to solve 4,000 megawatts of load in the northern part of BAA. In addition, you have 1,000 megawatts of generation in the northern part of BAA, meeting the balance of the load. Now, because of the pricing, I do not have any transfers going, net transfers going in and out of BAA. So when we're doing the solution, I'll get back to the pricing in a minute, is now for the rest of the balancing of 30 areas market solution. Generation in BAB has 1,000 megawatts being dispatched. 100 of those megawatts is an OAT self-schedule. That means it has contract rights to get to serve load in another BAA. In this particular example, it's load within BAAC. So there's a 100 megawatt load that OAT contract is serving. In addition to it, of the 1,000 megawatts being dispatched, 600 of that dispatch is going to serve load within the BAA, and then 300 additional megawatts, that is 100 megawatts of OAT self-schedule plus 300 megawatts of economically dispatched generation is going to be transferred from BAAB to BAAC. Of that 400 megawatts, 200 of that megawatts is serving load in BAC. The balance of the 200 megawatts is continuing on and transferring up to BAD to serve that load. Now, the pricing you see on here, we just basically limited on the picture that is the congestion. Anything below the constraint has a negative congestion price. In this case, we're doing a negative congestion price of $10. So it's going to be paid less than the marginal energy price of the overall footprint. Anything north of it has a positive factor, so we are going to actually add the congestion to the marginal energy cost, and you're paying it more because you're trying to get it to solve or resolve any of the congestion, as well as load is then paying for its portion that is being served from south of the congestion. So we're going to go through the table now. So the generation in the north is paid $41,000 to serve the 1,000 megawatts of generation that it was dispatched for. That's $20 for the MEC, and there's $21 for the marginal cost of congestion associated with the constraint in BAA. Now, if you notice that in the other columns, why I say marginal cost of congestion for B, C, and D is 0. That's because we didn't have any binding constraints, so there was no impact of or effectiveness of a shadow price on the dispatcher's generation. Basically, the shadow price is 0. So then the load in the north was charged at 5,000 megawatts times its LMP, which is $41. So it's charged $205,000. 100,000 of it was for the marginal energy costs. 105,000 was for the marginal cost of congestion component of the LMP. For the generation south in BAA, it has been dispatched, we said, for 5,000 megawatts, and it is being paid $50,000. 100,000 of that is associated with the marginal energy costs, but because it had a negative $10 marginal cost of congestion affecting this on the constraint, I'm actually charging it back another $50,000. So that's net LMP settlement is $50,000. And the next one should be load south. Sorry about that. It's being charged $10,000 for similar idea. It's being charged $20,000 for the marginal energy component, but it's being paid $10,000 for the negative marginal cost congestion component. Now we'll go into BAB. I broke it up into generation of OAT versus generation which is economically dispatched. Generation of that's OAT, it was 100 megawatts, it was self-scheduled. It was being paid $1,000. $2,000 of it was associated with the marginal energy costs, but it got charged $1,000 because it's south of the constraint and it actually is a negative contribution on the constraint. For the rest of the generation, 900 megawatts, it was paid $9,000. Of it, 18,000 was energy, 9,000 charged back for the marginal cost congestion. Load in that balancing authority area was charged 6,000. The marginal energy was a charge of 12,000, but it got paid back 6,000 based upon the marginal cost of congestion. The transfer, and that is the 100 megawatts of transfer capability, as well as the other additional 300 megawatts of transfers, it's settling at the marginal energy price only, which is at $20. So you have a total between the two was $8,000 of charge for exporting out of BAAB. And if you look in BAC, it's going to be similar in its injection into that BAA. So it's the B to C for BAC is 2,000 payment plus 6,000 payment is a 8,000 payment for transfers. Now the generation within BAC, we had 100 megawatts dispatched. It's meeting 100 megawatts internal load, plus you had the OAT meeting internal load. So now, I think I have I have to look at that. So actually the load's supposed to be 400 megawatts. I apologize for that. So the generator was paid $4,000. Energy was 2,000. Congestion was 2,000. Load for OAT was charged for 4,000. So that is the 100 megawatts that's serving that load. It was, so it was energy was a charge of 2,000 as marginal cost congestion was 2,000, whereas the additional 200 megawatts of load was charged 8,000, 4,000 for the energy, 4,000 for the congestion. Now, what happens to the extra 200 megawatts that landed in BAAC? It continued flowing to BAD. So now there was no additional generation dispatched. So then the load, the 200 megawatts is paying $7,800, which is at $39. 4,000 of it was for the energy and 3,800 was for the marginal cost of congestion. And then the transfer between BA, C, and D, it's a net transfer difference between leaving BAB at $4,000 as an export, and for BAD, it's an import of $4,000. Okay, so how does that flow into how we're settling today versus the new solution? Actually, before I move on, any questions? I went through a lot of numbers there. Okay.
Keep going, James.
Yeah, this is Steve Keen from
Oh,
Edison.
sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm having trouble understanding where the marginal cost of congestion in BAD is $19, but in C it's $20. Can you? That
So two things. One is, as I said in the very first example, this is an illustrative example. I didn't run it through a solver. But because it's farther out in relationship to the constraint, its effectiveness or distribution factor is a little bit less than it was for BAC. So yes, it does solve it, but its effectiveness was slightly less than the generation in BAC. Otherwise, that's why it's only a $19 increase.
I have to think about that.
Yep.
All right, James. Oh, yeah, sorry, I can't quite see the name. Anyaj?
Hi, sorry, this is this is Anuja from WRA. This is a very basic question, but can you explain again the logic behind the signage of the MCC when it's positive versus negative?
Sure. So if it's negative, it has a negative contribution on the constraint. It's actually causing the constraint to bind more from a south to north direction. If it is positive, you're actually relieving some of the congestion. And so you can have load or generation either having a negative impact or a positive impact on the constraint. And so based on the effectiveness and in simplicity perspective, we said anything south of the constraint is causing this constraint to bind, and anything north of the constraint is helping to resolve it.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
James, can you also clarify, are the columns revenue, not prices, but revenue?
Revenue.
Question in the chat is, can you clarify if the columns are not prices, but the revenue
Oh,
is the product of price and schedule?
Okay, yes. So when I have in for the so when I put in the columns, since I had the pricing of the congestion over on the left, and we made the assumption that the marginal energy cost for the entire footprint was $20, I did not break it into a pricing table as well as a settlement table. So the columns on the right are actually the settlement of the energy that was dispatched at the relevant $20 marginal energy cost, plus whatever their impact of their marginal congestion cost is. So for example, in generator for BAA, I had 1,000 megawatts dispatched, all right? The marginal energy cost for that 1,000 megawatts is going to be, let's see, $20,000. It's $2,000 associated with the Oak contract, which is 100 megawatts, and then $18,000 associated with a 900 megawatt economic dispatch. But because this generation is actually causing the constraint to be binding, you're actually having a negative $10 marginal cost congestion impact from the constraint that's modeled in BAA. So that's why its LMP is reduced. So for column 4 or 5, where it says MCC for A, you'll see that generator within BAB has a $1,000 charge back to that generator for congestion for the OAT contract, and then 9,000 associated with the economic dispatch of generation, total of $10,000.
Thanks, James.
Mhm.
All right, we'll go to Sarah.
Thanks, James. This is Sarah with Bonneville, or Sarah Eaton with Bonneville. I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to confirm. There's nothing significant in the differentiation between the OAT identified gen and load. That's just a way of signifying that they can self-schedule, but there's nothing distinct going on with the settlement and the awards. Is that right?
Correct. There's no distinction in the settlement of the award. Where there becomes a little bit more of a distinction, it will be in the next example where I have a counterflow against it because the economic dispatch is a little bit different.
Perfect. Just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
So James, another question in the chat. Is the direction of payment on the transfers correct? For example, BAAD is importing 200 megawatts, but it's getting paid $4,000 to do so.
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. All right. Carrie, before we go to you, I just need to go to Steve. Oh, false. Okay.
We'll go to Carrie.
Carrie.
Carrie Bentley, Western Power Trading Forum. And so if I'm looking at BAAB settlement, STLMT, that line, that $4,000 indicates the amount that BAA would need to hold their transmission holders to a full hedge.
So which balancing authority area again? Sorry.
BAAB.
Yes. So from a neutrality perspective, the LMP settlement, it is $4,000. It collected $4,000 more than it paid out in generation within that balancing authority area. Now, if you look at the energy, you'll see that it's a net of zero. So that means it is all associated with congestion in this example, since we're assuming no losses.
Okay. Thanks. All right, we're going to go through one more slide, and then we'll take a break.
Okay, from the next slide. So kind of building off of Carrie's question, so in these next two tables, we're going to outline how the congestion is being allocated both through the current methodology, which is the marginal cost congestion breakdown, or to the constraints, to the BA where the constraints are modeled, versus this transitional method. So in each of these balancing authority areas, we have basically an imbalance between what was collected versus what was paid out by the balancing authority areas. For BAA, there is $124,000 that we collected overall from the load being settled versus how much generation was being paid. In BAB, there was $4,000. BAC was $4,000 and BAD was $38,000. Under the current methodology, all of this congestion rent resides within BAA because that is where the constraint is being modeled, and that is these schedules are being dispatched to resolve that congestion. And so then BAA is being paid $135,800. It'll be allocated to either the entity, or if it's the ISO, be allocated out through the CRRs and or the measure demand. Under the traditional approach, we are maintaining that the dollars stay within the balancing authority area in which the congestion was collected. So for BAA, now it's only going to get $124,000 of the $135,800 that was being collected. BAB is going to be able to retain $4,000. BAC was $4,000 and BAD was $3,800. Now, in the allocation of it, it'll be a payment to those balancing authority areas in that distribution. BAA will receive a payment of $124,000. BAC will receive a payment of $4,000. BAD B will receive a payment of 4,000 BAC, 4,000, and BAD 3,800. If any of those BAAs are EDAM BAs, this is the revenue that they would use to determine how much congestion exposure they are going to pay back.
Any questions for James?
Yeah.
We're going to take a break here in a few minutes.
The one right here.
What's that? Yeah. And address a lot of more questions probably as you think about this, but go ahead.
Roger Manzano, NV Energy. I had a question on page 28 and I guess 29.
Okay.
If we assume like BAB is not an EDAM entity, how does that affect the calculation?
If you assume that BAB is not an EDAM entity, but rather what, not in the market? So at that point, you won't have any transfers, and then you will see the generation as an import at BAC. Now that changes the example significantly because the marginal energy price will stay the same, will be $20. And then the congestion associated with that would then probably be $20 as well. Now it's an import in, and so depending upon the power flow associated with that import schedule, it would be priced at $40.
Okay. Thanks. Any other questions before we take a break? All right. So for those online, we'll join back here at 2:45. And here in the room, we do have fresh cookies, so enjoy. Let's take a break for 15 minutes. Ready to get back and get started? Last call for cookies. Did you get a cookie, Carrie? All right, so before James walks through the final presentation or final graphic example, there was a question on the chat that I wanted to get to, and that is, want to confirm that the OAT schedule is contributing to a net over collection of $3,000, $1,000 in BAAC and $2,000 in BAAB. This is the result of the OAT schedule contributing to additional congestion as opposed to alleviating it. So for you to confirm, James.
So it is resulting in a $3,000, collection. The congestion in BAB has contributed to the constraint binding, and then load, because it is also has an effectiveness in BAC, you're collecting an additional $1,000. So yes, you are correct. That is $3,000 of net over collection is attributed to the OAT schedules going from generation in B to serve load in C.
Okay. Thanks, James. All right, if you want to continue with your next example.
Okay.
And maybe also make sure that there's a clear understanding of the transfer net to zero from a total congestion rent. Make sense?
Sure. So first thing I want to do is, based on some of the questions, I want to remind everybody that I did not put this through a solver. This is a qualitative example just for illustrative and discussion purposes, just to show how it works. And earlier, or in the other example, I mentioned how when you have a transfer that is exporting out of one balancing authority area and importing into another balancing authority area, from a physical flow perspective, that congestion, if it was exposed to congestion, would net to zero, because it's the same megawatts exporting as it importing. And so we are only settling at the marginal energy cost. Now, if there was an ITC or an ISL associated with it, then yes, we would be applying the ITC ISL congestion, because that is congestion that is materializing because the constraint at the intertie is binding. But from a power flow perspective, transfers from a congestion perspective net to zero. All right. Now going to the fun one, the counterflow. Okay, so in the counterflow example, try to make my life a little bit easier on this one, but from BAA perspective, nothing changed. The generation dispatched exactly the way it did in the prevailing flow example. And in BAD, nothing changed. The only thing that changed was BAC and BAB. Now in BAB, you can see that the generation that was being dispatched is 100 megawatts. That is the OAT self-schedule only. And that OAT self-schedule, since it is serving load in BAC, now BAC is being dispatched higher. It's being dispatched up to 1,000 megawatts. So I can have 600 megawatt counterflow to that OAT self-schedule, giving us a net transfer of 500 megawatts, going from BAC to BAB. That means I have generation in BAC, 600 megawatts, that's serving 600 megawatts of load in BAB. I have 100 megawatts of generation that was OAT self-schedule in BAB, that is serving 100 megawatts of load in BAC. And now the remaining is going to have 200 megawatts transfer from BAC to BAD. So as I was stating earlier, so in the table, and again, this is revenue that is being demonstrated here. BAA did not change. We are going to have the LMP perspective, generation in the north is going to get paid $41,000. Load in the north is charged $205,000. Generating in the south was paid $50,000. Load in the south, I should say south, is being charged $10,000. That gives it for a net for the BAA is 124,000 of over collection of congestion, because the marginal energy cost is the same across the entire footprint. Now BAB changes. I have the generation is only, so I'm going to pay it $1,000. It's going to have the marginal energy cost is going to still be $2,000 for that 100 megawatts dispatch. And then there's going to be a collection of 1,000 megawatts for the marginal cost of congestion. Economic generation, there was zero. All right, so, but I do have load that is still being charged because it's being served by generation from BAC. So it's 600 megawatts that is being charged at $6,000. 12,000 of it is a marginal energy cost. And then the other 6,000 is a payment or reduction of their charge for $6,000. That's the marginal cost of congestion. BAC, since the generation is in a counterflow direction, was dispatched to 1,000 megawatts, it's being paid $40,000, 20,000 for marginal energy costs, 20,000 for the marginal cost of congestion. The OAT load is being charged $4,000, 2,000 for the marginal energy costs, 2,000 for the marginal cost of congestion. The remaining load in BAC is going to be charged $8,000, 4,000 for energy, 4,000 for congestion. And then you'll see that the transfer settlement, I have a 2,000 megawatt charge, or sorry, payment for the 100 megawatts of OAT self-schedule coming from BAB to BAC. But then I have a counterflow of a charge of $12,000 for the 6,000 megawatts that's counterflowing from BAC to BAB. The transfer from BAC to BAD didn't change. It's $4,000 charge, and that's all associated with energy. The load in BAD, that whole settlement doesn't change. It's going to be, load is charged $7,800, $4,000 for energy, and $3,800 for marginal cost of congestion. So from and we'll look at it more on the next page, but from a BAA settlement wise, BAA net settlement is a collection of, over collection of congestion of $124,000. BAB is an under collection of $5,000. BAC is an under collection of $14,000, and BAD is an over collection of $3,800. Any questions? Yep.
John, if you can go to the microphone. If you can go to the microphone.
I'm watching on the watching on the WebEx. On BAC, does it look, it's 100, I don't know, I'm trying to see if the numbers are right. That's 1,000 megawatts of gen? All right, I couldn't see the number.
Yes.
All right, that's where I was missing it. Thanks.
Yeah, so originally it was dispatched for 100, now we increase it to 1,000.
Any other questions? I think everybody's engrossed in the numbers right now, James.
Okay, so now if we go to the next slide. So we're going to look at how that distribution is currently using the constraint within the BAA that it resides. So again, BAA has $124,000 of over-collected congestion revenue. BAB has 5,000 under collection. BAC has 14,000 under collection. And BAD has $3,800 of over collection. The net of that is an over collection of $108,800. Under the current design, it is all going to go to BAA as a payment for $108,800. Under the transitional, we have the distribution of these costs. So for BAA, it becomes $124,000 of over collection. BAB is a $5,000 of under collection. BAC is $14,000 under collection, and BAD is $3,800 of over collection. That is going to be distributed to each of those BAs in that ratio. So BAA is being paid $124,000. BAB is being charged $5,000. BAC receives a charge of $14,000. BAD is being paid for $3,800. What this allows for is, particularly for that OAT transaction, it allows for reversal hedge for that OAT transaction. That's because it's giving a counterflow of the energy, and so you have a counterflow to give it a hedge. Any questions?
Let's see, looks like we've got one question online. Sarah?
This is Sarah Eaton with Bonneville. So if I'm interpreting this, when I'm comparing the current approach to the transitional approach, I want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly. There's no change in the impact to BAAB or BAAC. Is that correct?
There's no change from a market dispatch for BAB and BAC, correct. But the offset for BAB, instead of being 0 under the current approach, is going to receive a charge of $5,000. It's a reversal hedge.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So the net across the entire footprint, if you notice, is still $108,800. It's just how this $108,800 is distributed across the BAAs that changes.
That makes sense, thanks.
Okay, so question or clarification in the chat as well, James, is shouldn't BAAB, as in boy, be getting charged $5,000 not paid?
So when you have it as the parentheses behind it, down at the bottom, which says congestion allocation, that is a charge to BAB of $5,000.
All right, let's go to Dan's question.
Hey, James, Dan Williams from the Energy Authority. So likewise, trying to think through this, and it's a great example, but also complicated to talk through. I think what I want to start with is just whether on the prior slide, if you could sort of talk through if the generator in BAAC associated, if there was a different generator in BAAC associated with the G-OAT going to BAAB, and there was another generator in BAAC that was just serving the transfer and the others, I think the settlement would be the same, but could you talk through how that G-OAT would sort of experience its overall settlements from a LMP perspective, and what it would maybe be getting paid back in the reversal of the congestion revenue?
So if I understand your example is, of the 1,000 megawatts that was dispatched in BAC, we say, let's say had another 100 megawatts of OAT, I'd say 200 megawatts of OAT contract, OAT 2. And that went to serve 200 megawatts of load OAT contracts in BAB. Is that correct?
Yeah, just basically trying to think about them as separate generators instead of just smushing it all together.
So for this example, since we applied the pricing across all the generation within that BA and all the load, the settlement for that OAT contract would be the same. You would have 200 megawatts of the generator in BAC would be paid at $40, with 20 of it being associated with congestion. In BAB, you would have 200 of the 600 megawatts of load associated with the OAT. It would be charged at $10 in essence, $20 for the energy, and then a negative $10 for the congestion. So it's overall energy settlement is reduced from the marginal energy cost. So you're paying out for the load, and you're paying out for the load, and then you're also paying out for the generation. From an OAT perspective, from the market operator side, we stop there. That is where the $5,000 that is going to BAB, and then the $14,000 that's going to BAC, that's where the OAT contract and the application of the reversal hedge would kick in. It is not necessarily going to be the market operator that's doing a hedge for that congestion.
Gotcha. So, yeah, and so I recognize, we're trying to stay in the right arena here, but I think it is maybe important to track this through then to what would be required on the BAA side to, I don't know how to say this, maintain alignment.
Yeah, let's just say for this example, the BAAs says they're going to give them the perfect hedge. All right. What they would do then is BAC would apply a $20 charge to the generator for the OAT, and BAB on the load side would give them a $10 payment. That in essence gets the OAT contract back to the marginal energy cost across that flows between BAC and BAB of $20. So that overall, the 200 megawatts would settle at the marginal energy cost only.
Got it. Yeah, that was sort of what I was expecting. It's kind of then, highlighting the importance of then the collection happening at the and balancing between the impacts of the OAT schedule versus what's going on between generators and loads within the BAs themselves. So thank you for clarifying that. I think the second order question that I had is just, I don't know that you can do this on the fly or even with a simple example like this, but could there be scenarios where there's both transfer congestion and the this flow limit binding in one of the adjacent BAs that causes there to be both price separation because of that constraint in BAA and potentially different marginal energy components in the other BAs due to transfer congestion? And how do you think through that, or can you help us think through sort of how then one of the BAAs is going to be able to separate out the impacts and do the proper allocation between the different types of users on the system?
So I'm not going to try and do this on the fly because that can be very complicated.
That would be a lot. Yeah.
From a transfer revenue perspective, if I have a one of those BAs binding, let's say it's BAB binding, its marginal energy costs would start separating from the rest of the footprint. It wouldn't be $20, it would be something different. And that's because you're not able to, let's say let's assume the net transfer constraint was 500 megawatts. You can't get any more energy into that BAA. So now you're moving up the big curve on the generator. That price difference of that marginal energy cost and the marginal energy cost of BAC and BAA, each of those transfers, so between BAC and BAB, it's 500 megawatts times whatever the price difference, and each of those BAs would get 50%. In BAA, since there was no transfer, then the net difference is zero, even though the marginal energy cost separated. Now, on your second part of your description, where we say there's another binding constraint, that binding constraint, one is you have to determine the directional of the constraint, and then what the impact is on the other generation and load. And let's say again, the constraint is in BAB. It is between the two transfer locations, between BAC and BAB and BAA and BAB. And it's a north to south congestion. Well, now you're going to have congestion in both on all the BAAs that is going to have an effectiveness on that constraint. So it'll change all of our LMP settlement. But then when it comes down to the columns, in the column where it says MCC for B, that would now be filled. It would be whatever the energy dispatch times whatever we determined was the effectiveness of that schedule on that constraint. It could, and I'm not going to try to do it on the fly. It was hard enough to do these 4 BAs. So now you'd have this net impact, and then in the next example, when you do it for today, you have a very clear distinction on what congestion stays in BAA versus what congestion stays in BAB. But under the transitional, you're going to get a net impact across all 4 BAAs. So I'm trying to draw a picture, and I think I'll probably do is take it offline and create an example and maybe present that at some point.
Yeah, I think if you could do that, that'd be great, because I sort of implicitly trust you, James, because I know you know this better than anyone. And if you feel like it's doable, then I should just trust that. But it would be good to kind of see some form of an example with it, and then also sort of whether there's something that has to then happen in one of the non-CAISO EDAM BAs to be able to account for the different effects that are happening, so that they can then track it back to the right tier 1 or tier 2 type of distribution within their area, or if everything would just still flow through a single charge code to them to suballocate. So it's just trying to get a hold on some of the complexity.
Yeah, so what will help is if we go down this transitional measure, we will make sure there's enough information for three things. One is a transfer revenue is its own charge code. So we are going to separate out transfer revenue so that you know exactly how that transfer revenue is collected for a balancing authority area and split 50-50. So that's completely separate charge code. For the congestion, I'm going to calculate the congestion breakdown impact for each node. And then if we go to the transitional measure, then the sum of those is what determines what stays in that BAA. So if that node or that generator associated with that node is within BAB, then you'll be able to drill down to say, my $10 of congestion, oh, that's associated with ISO constraints. Oh, I have $0 associated with BAB, 0 with C, 0 with D. So you will have the information to be able to see what BA's constraints impacted the overall marginal cost of congestion.
All right, thanks, James. I know I don't necessarily want to put more work on your plate, but maybe if we can talk through one of those complex examples at the next workshop as an idea or a thought.
That's good.
Okay, Rohan?
Hey, so in slide 31, in the last row for congestion allocation, should that be a $5,000 charge for BAB?
So for the last row, if it's positive, it's a payment. And if it's in parentheses, it's a charge. So it's a payment for BAA, charge for BAB, charge to BAC, and a payment to BAD.
So when I think about that and contrast that with the numbers on the row above, which is the overall settlement. So initially, $124,000 accrued on BAA. And the row below that is basically saying that that amount that was collected from BAA was returned back to BAA. When I look at the adjacent column, the overall settlement says that BAB got paid $5,000. But when I look at the congestion allocation, that shows up as a $5,000 charge for BAB. So what I'm trying to understand is, if the initial settlement was a $5,000 payout to BAB, is that then being reversed in the congestion allocation row and effectively resulting in a $5,000 charge for BAB, similar to the $14,000 for BAC, which was initially a positive settlement, but then resulted in a net payment of $14,000 that BAC would have to fork out? Is that, can you maybe help explain these sign reversals for BAB and BAC a little bit, please?
Sure. So from a settlement perspective, I have to be revenue neutral. We'll start with that premise. So under our collection across the footprint, we've collected $108,800. That needs to be paid out. Under the current approach, we put it to the BAA where the binding constraint is modeled. So in that top table, all of it's going to go to BAA. Under the traditional approach, what we're doing is distributing that $108,000 $1,800. We're still going to pay out that amount. What we're doing is distributing it back to the BAAs based upon where that congestion was collected or paid out. And so under BAA, I've over collected 124,000. So therefore I have to pay it back to the BAA for A. For BAB, I've under collected for $5,000. So now I'm going to have to collect an additional $5,000 for BAB. That's going to go to the entity for the entity to use. For example, if you have OAT, you want to give potentially the OAT the hedge for that congestion exposure. They want to settle at the marginal energy cost. So you're going to take them back to the marginal energy cost based upon that $5,000. They would get their portion. Same thing for BAC and BAD.
Okay,
So the transitional measures says we retain the congestion based upon the schedules, the VA where the schedules are being dispatched and modeled within.
Okay, does that help, Rohan?
Yep, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Dan?
Yeah, sorry. One other question, because Rohan reminded me of it. While we're assigning things out, if, and maybe go back to page 30 just to have the visual in front. I think it'd be good also to explore if one of these BAs was very large and its load was concentrated in different areas throughout it that maybe had some differences in shift factors across the different, call it load pockets within that BA, and had generators spread around as well. I'm expecting that there could be instances where certain generators within that large BA could have a prevailing flow impact, certain could have a counterflow impact, and the same thing for the shift factors related to the loads within a very large BA. Does that cause you any concern for being able to do all of this sort of accurately and track it back on a cost causation basis if there are both positive and negative impacts from load or from generators on that constraint within a single BA? Or is it just difficult accounting, but it's doable?
So from a settlement perspective, I'm already dealing with that in the WEIM. And for every nodal location, I can have constraints associated with the BAAs. Some can be positive, some can be negative. We already do a calculation based upon at each nodal location, what is the constraint or not constraint for the BAAs total constraint or net constraint contribution on that node. And so I'm able to do that from a settlement perspective. From an example perspective, I would have to build a little bit of a network model and then build an optimal solver. So I will look at that. I just don't know how you'll have it done in time for the next meeting.
No, I'm not sure that that's necessary. From a load perspective, though, within EIM, aren't all of the EIM areas just modeled as a single load aggregation point? So they all would have the same shift factor impact on that constraint?
They will, for WEIM, yes. The ISO has multiple load aggregation points. And so you probably could look at BAA as a representative of two different load aggregation points. But with EDAM, the EDAM BAAs will have the ability, if they want to, is to have more than one load aggregation point if they want to start distributing their load aggregation points for pricing purposes.
Okay. Okay, that helped us some additional info. Thanks, James.
Welcome, Dan.
All right. Thanks, Dan. Rohan. Go ahead.
Yeah, James, one more question regarding the treatment of the transfer BC, the OAT versus just the economic transfer BC. Conceptually, it appears that they're being treated the exact same way, which is you're multiplying the megawatts by whatever the LMPs are. And if that observation is correct, then I'm just trying to understand why are you trying to pass out this treatment of TBC OAT versus the economic TBC if the way those are being calculated are exactly the same?
From the LMP settlement, yes, they're treated exactly the same. From a scheduling priority, they're not. The OAT gets a scheduling priority going from south to north in this example. And then when we do the optimal solution, we see that I still have to serve 600 megawatts of load in BAB. That can come from BAC or BAA. In this example, we're saying it's coming from BAC. So it's creating a counterflow so that I have a net position on the transfer of 500 megawatts. But the OAT self-schedule gets a scheduling priority, and that's one reason why I made sure I made that distinction.
And
it's a price taker.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that. Would there be any instances that, obviously you're trying to keep this example rather simple, so I can appreciate that, but I'm just trying to think of instances where, because of the comment that you made about the scheduling priority, in this case, that did not seem to have any pricing impacts because the settlements worked out to be exactly the same. But can you think of market solutions where that scheduling priority would create settlement or settlements that would not be identical to economic transfers?
So one of the things that we're having as part of the EDAM framework is if you have contract rights at the transfer location, let's say it's to and through, you're going to basically register those contract rights, and you can only self-schedule up to those contract rights. And therefore, if there is a D rate or something on the transfer, then your ability to self-schedule gets derated to whatever the available transmission capacity is. And so then they can self-schedule, and then we will optimally determine if there can be counterflow or if there's any additional flow. But in essence, they have to schedule within their OAT rights.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I think we're close to wrapping up. There might be some additional examples that we can work on, time permitting, for you, James. But I do want to make sure that we do address any final questions before we wrap up. There were a couple of questions in the chat that I want to make sure we did answer. So I'm going to call on Stephen Booning. I know you had a question earlier, as well as Abram. So I want to make sure that the conversation this afternoon did address your questions from earlier this morning. So Stephen, I know your question was related to, will the relief obligation on a constraint with the EDAM footprint due to non-EDAM BAAs be allocated to those external BAs? And what assumptions will be used for non-EDAM BAA dispatch impacts on constraints within the EDAM? Any comments?
So
James, okay.
kind of think, I heard most of it, so I want to make sure I got it. So the question was, will congestion associated with constraints in a non-EDAM BAA
Yep.
be charged to the non-EDAM BAA? The answer is no. If you are if there is power flow congestion or associated with loop flow across the non-EDAM BAA, that's going to be modeled based upon the schedules that have cleared the market. And so they will wind up within the BAAs where the schedules were awarded. So we will not assign it to a non-EDAM BAA.
Great, thanks. Abram, go ahead. I think you may have had an earlier question. Just want to make sure that we addressed it for you.
Thank you. It's Abram with Appian Way. Yeah, no, I was just wondering whether there's any analysis that's planned into how the implementation of the proposed change might impact what congestion rents are collected within California today, or if the plan is just to evaluate it as it goes. I think that there probably is an open question about how behavioral changes in response to the incentives from having prices might lead entities to schedule power in a way that would impact which BAAs collect congestion rents. But I'm curious, just if everything is static, is there any analysis that's planned on how this change or this proposed methodology might impact California market participants in terms of ownership of the transmission rate?
So we did talk about that quite extensively before this meeting, and one of the challenges there is that, as you point out, that without having EDAM in place, it's difficult to do that hypothetical in terms of data analysis. So I think the approach is to analyze and evaluate as we learn more. And I don't know if Milos or James, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, maybe I'll start, and then James, feel free to jump in. But I think it's also important to note that as compared to today, if we're talking about the transitional approach, it keeps the revenues in the balancing area in which they accrue, which is consistent with how it occurs today in the day-ahead market, which is only the ISO balancing area. And so we don't see that being worse off under this transitional approach than it is today in terms of CRR allocations and the revenues that fund it. But James, feel free to add.
Only I was going to add is, as we perform an analysis of this, we will be looking at it from a footprint perspective. So yes, we will be looking at the ISO congestion rents and how that applies to funding CRRs, as well as congestion across EDAM footprint. I have to look across the whole footprint in order to do a complete analysis.
But is the intent to do that once it's actually in place, or are you guys trying to do that in advance of the change?
We will look at it preliminary, probably in market simulation or parallel.
Okay.
But nothing is planned as to try and build a model and run it extensively for this.
Okay, I'll add in. I'll just comment. In the April 7th comments, but I do think there is a concern about the incentives of non-CAISO BA entities scheduling transmission that allows them to basically bypass congestion and potentially not, basically go into a self-schedule and not even respond to pricing signals from the ISO, because they may be incentivized not to do them if their rights under the OAT framework are use them or lose them. So anyway, I'll just leave that there, but elaborate further in my comments.
Thanks, Abram. All right, any final questions or comments? Oh, Steve, sorry, got to wave the flag.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, Steve Keen from Edison. Trying to think through how this will affect things, and I kind of agree that it may impact some of the incentives for some of the BAAs in terms of how they sell their transmission. Has the CAISO considered potentially, instead of doing a transitionary measure, doing it like grandfathering? So for like the existing contracts for transmission sales, do the what you're calling the transitionary methodology, but trying to keep a basically grandfather the existing ones in under that, and then keep the existing or any forward sales.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that internally, but I think as you can expect, that's probably very challenging at this time in the short time frame to act on, and some of the design that would need to occur around that and the treatment of those rights, and for the entity to try to separate and have their own discussions with their customers on how to separate those rights and track them. I think that's certainly something that could be on the table, as part of that data and gathering and a transition, another transitional mechanism. But I think as a day one, I think we thought that would be challenging to do.
Okay, can I follow up on that and just ask?
Go ahead, yeah.
I thought part of the reason we could even consider doing this at this point is that this is just it's the allocation piece. It's not any of the solver stuff in EDAM or anything. So would it really be that? I mean, yeah, I realize there's a lot more to develop, but if it's mostly just the allocation piece afterwards, wouldn't that make it a little at least easier to consider?
The concern on that is, at that point, providing the hedge to those legacy rights or those rights is moving from the entity to the market operator. And so that would be a significant change both in the settlement system and how we're applying that. I would need to know what the rules are. And so we're leaving it with the entity to apply their OAT rights appropriately.
Yeah, but couldn't you continue to send the money to the BAA for them to distribute as they see fit, but just in determining how much would go to them, use a grandfather type mechanism? If the contract exists as of, I don't know, today, then it's allocated one way. If it's a contract for transmission that's signed after today, then you allocate it in a different manner.
So we can look at that, but the problematic nature of that is the congestion, trying to break those schedules down from a nodal by nodal perspective as to how much is OAT, how much is non-OAT, and then knowing what is the distribution to apply it. So, because then you're multiplying by the price, and you're now breaking everything up and then saying go one way if it says these are prior to a specific day contract, and then consider everything else different. We can look at it, but from implementation, I see it very difficult at the moment.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Steve, in any case, we appreciate the thought and the idea. And so maybe if you could submit it in your comment, as we continue to look at these things, would be open to that. Okay. All right. Well, this has been a fantastic discussion. Lots of really great questions and feedback. So appreciate everybody's participation. We can just go to the next slide. Just want to briefly touch on next steps, just as a summary. So the comments template is available, so you can start to provide feedback, questions, comments, and that comment period will be open until April 7th. And as I mentioned this morning, we're targeting to publish a proposed a proposal April 14th and schedule a follow-up workshop the week of April 21st. So once we have that date firmed up, we'll announce that. And final proposal targeted for week of May 5th. And certainly, you know, it sounds like in general, we've got some pretty good consensus here and overall support of the approach. So if we can go and get board approval sooner than May, we would certainly try to target that. So basically, our May date is sort of a not later than date that we would want to present to the board. Any final comments? I know there's never, let's say, 100% easy solution to any of these things, but we appreciate the thoughtfulness of the team as we've kind of worked through the challenge here, and we do appreciate your support and feedback as we've gone through this today. Looks like Jessica may have a final comment.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, Jessica Zano, Puget Sound Energy. Yeah, I echo those sentiments that appreciate this is not an easy thing to solve and these are not easy questions. I don't know that we got a clear answer on whether or not there will be principles established going forward, or if we're kind of hitting a moving target.
Well, I think,
here.
yeah, well, I think, you know, as I think you're aware, our stakeholder process, we've been working through evolving our stakeholder process to factor in principles and as part of our working group process. In this particular case, I think we feel like the issue was really clearly stated in the PAC tariff. And so in order to act quickly, we felt this was the right approach is to get a proposal out there and get feedback from stakeholders as soon as possible. But I'm happy to take back, you know, whether or not we should come up with some specific principles around this initiative.
Well, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica, what you're referring to as principles is in terms of principles to support a longer term transitional approach, principles that will guide development of a longer term solution. And I think in that context, we welcome certainly comments with any of those principles that we can consider as we evaluate that long-term solution. But I think, as Joanne said, I think we wanted to focus on this interim or transitional approach, but certainly if stakeholders have any principles they want to include for consideration of that long-term design, I think we can put it into the paper and consider it and use them to support that future initiative on the effort.
So Jessica, if you have some thoughts as to what those principles are, we welcome you to submit those into the comments.
Okay, thank you. No, Milosh, I appreciate that. That's helpful. I don't know that there is agreement on the principle or lack of principle that we, you know, on this initiative that we that you're heading towards, and also that there's still uncertainty about long term what this looks like. But I do appreciate that you're trying to move quickly, and really appreciate all the time that you're taking with us today to talk it through. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Jessica. All right, Sarah. Sarah, you can unmute.
Thank you. I wasn't unmuting. Sarah with Bonneville. I think a similar question to Jessica. Appreciate you guys, you know, putting so much expedition behind this effort and launching this. I think I heard earlier in the discussion a question around what stakeholders view as kind of a transitionary timeline and kind of the longer term development. Are you all looking for entities to weigh in on that as part of the comment, you know, in addition to kind of principles, what we view as transitionary for entities who have kind of this overlapping OAT and ISO kind of RTO construct? Are you looking for entities to weigh in on that at all?
Yeah, certainly, especially on the transitional nature of it. I think we've identified certain aspects, you know, monitoring or data gathering over a period of time, and anything that you have, any comments on that transitional in nature, what could be considered as a longer term solution, anything you want to include for consideration as part of that transition, certainly would appreciate comments.
Okay. Thanks, Milos, and really appreciate your time, James's time, the whole team for putting this together. It's really helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. All
And
right.
if I could just add one more plug, we know comments are coming on the 7th, but if in the meantime you have any questions on any aspects of the presentation today, anything in the issue paper, don't hesitate to reach out. Anything that will help you clarify your comments or understanding of what we put out, feel free to reach out anytime.
So I think I'll go to Carrie and then Steve.
Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum, and maybe you said this already and I missed it, but we did have original principles in the EDAM design. They were laid out. I just pulled them up again to remind myself of them.
Yep.
And we do have principles surrounding this. They were laid out as objectives and then underlying principles behind it. So WPTF plans kind of on following that structure in our comments, and I think that would be helpful as kind of a grounding mechanism if people wanted to review it.
Yep, you're absolutely right, and thanks for bringing that up, Carrie. There was a lot of work done in terms of principles on the original EDAM design that would be worth reviewing. All right, anything else? All right, so as Milos mentioned, you know, as you're working on comments, if you've got any questions, things you need clarifications on, please don't hesitate to reach out to any of us, any of the account managers as well. We're happy to help as we kind of go through this. And we look forward to your comments on April 7th. And again, thanks for everybody's participation today. Really great, constructive meeting. So I'm going to turn it over to Christina, who's going to give a little plug on a very important blog that you might want to consider reading, a new blog. All right.
Thanks, Joanne. Just a quick announcement before we wrap up. For insights into the ISO grid and market operations, be on the lookout for our Energy Matters blog, or you can always subscribe. Here are our latest blog posts on grid operations, on energy resources project, and another one on planned maintenance for RC West. And with that, we'd like to thank you all so much for joining today's discussion. As a reminder, this meeting was recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. The video file will be posted on the initiative webpage for a limited time after this meeting. We thank you very much, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of your week and safe travels for those who traveled here. Thank you.